Night falls. There was a black veil covering the sky and the earth. On the sky, there were stars, and the bright moon rose, shining a gleam of light on the world. Yunshao City Mu family. This family is neither small nor big in Yunshao City. It can only be said to be a middle to lower power. They usually don't show off, and they don't get into big fights with others. As a result, no one would think that they are actually members of the Tianjia sect developed by the Yun family. In a certain room in the Yun family's mansion, 5 supreme realm experts sat around and discussed in low voices. Clan leader, what do you say? Should we evacuate Yunshao City or continue to stay here and lurk? The Xiao family has captured a member of the Yun family. If we are exposed, it will be difficult. A man in black below asked the head of the Mu family, who was sitting on the main seat. The head of the Mu family on the main seat waved his hands and said, "Don't panic. Chief Yun has already conveyed the news to me. The Yun family member captured by the Xiao family is not a core member. He only does odd jobs on weekdays and doesn't know much about it. But those 3 people may already know a lot about us. Although I don't know why they didn't tell Xuanyuan. We can't take it lightly. We should closely monitor the traces of those 3 people. When the time is right, we will unite with the strong men of the Yun family to completely kill the 3 of them to avoid future troubles." "Yes, I'll understand later," several strong men below responded. Immediately afterwards, "It's all those 3 little beasts' fault. If they hadn't caused trouble, why would we be so passive? We have to be careful in everything we do. If I know they walked out of the city gate, I will make them pay a heavy price." Someone from below spoke again, with a ferocious face and a very hot temper. "You can pull them down. What are the strengths of those 3 people, and what are your strengths? You can attack and kill even the most powerful people, but you are just a 5th level supreme, and you are still yelling at them to pay the price. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Let's ask who among us here has this qualification. If the other party doesn't come to trouble us, it will be good." As soon as the irritable man finished speaking, someone spoke up and silenced him. What the other party said is also true. His strength is really not qualified. Now he is just saying this to express his pride. The whole audience fell silent. Suddenly, a soft sound of footsteps appeared in their ears. Who? The irritable man was already full of anger. After hearing the footsteps, his anger seemed to be ignited. He shouted angrily, stood up, and walked towards the door. He wanted to see who could dare to interrupt their conversation at this time. Squeak! As he opened the door, he saw the scene in front of him. His pupils shrank suddenly, his mouth opened, and he was about to shout loudly. At this moment, a slender arm as white as jade stretched out from outside the door and grabbed his throat. A powerful force emerged on the arm, lifting his entire body away from the ground. The man's face turned red. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. He could only struggle desperately, but to no avail. Everyone in the room also noticed something unusual. An astonishing aura erupted from his body, and he appeared at the door in an instant, staring angrily at the scene in front of him. Xuanyuan Bo was seen with his left hand in his pocket and his right hand holding the struggling man, with a cold expression. "It's you! Clan leader, quickly, contact the Yun family." Someone recognized Xuanyuan Bo's identity and was just about to remind the clan leader to contact the Yun family. Suddenly he remembered that this was Yunshao City. The Yun family could no longer send anyone to support them at this moment, and the voice suddenly stopped. Xuanyuan Bo glanced around slightly and chuckled. Sure enough, the stinky rats of the Tianjia sect like to hide their strength. They claim that there are only 2 Supreme Realm Mu family members, but at this moment there are 5 Supremes present. Asshole, let go of the 3rd child quickly. Otherwise, even if you are powerful, how will you respond if the 5 of us attack at the same time? Another person among the 4 pointed at Xuanyuan Bo and yelled angrily. Xuanyuan just shook his head gently. These people seemed to have not realized his current situation and dared to reprimand him. The force on his hand suddenly increased, and with a click sound, the neck of the 3rd elder of the Mu family was instantly pinched by Xuanyuan Bo. The ferocious face instantly turned dull and tilted to the side. The pupils were dilated, the hands were unable to move, and the vitality disappeared instantly. Everyone was stunned on the spot. There was silence in the room, with only the faint sound of breathing coming. They never expected that Xuanyuan Gao would take action so decisively, without any room for negotiation. Third brother. When the agent came to his senses, everyone in the room shouted in grief. The head of the Mu family's eyes were red. After secretly sending out a message, the aura around him surged, and the aura of the 8th level Supreme spread, attacking Xuanyuan Gao fiercely. The same was true for the other 3 people. The weapons appeared in their hands instantly, with amazing auras. Facing the attack of 4 people, Xuanyuan's face remained unchanged, and he threw the body in his hand casually. With a wave of one hand, the ultimate cold power instantly filled the entire place, and ice appeared on the floor, as smooth as a mirror. The offensive of the 4 members of the Mu family was instantly slowed down, and at the same time, ice cones continued to condense in the air, hitting them like rain. The crackling fell on the 4 members of the Mu family. Although they struggled to resist, Xuanyuan Gao was much stronger than them after all. In just 2 breaths, he was forced back by the dense attacks. The wounds scratched by ice picks on his body were constantly flowing with bright red blood. Absolute zero. While they were struggling to defend themselves, a cold voice sounded in their ears. And then in the extreme cold, their consciousness began to slowly dissipate. After a breath, 5 frozen and lifeless bodies appeared in the room, and all the Mu family's high-end combat power fell. Boss, all the trash outside has been cleaned up. I also found a lot of people they kidnapped in a basement, but have not yet disposed of. You are here. At this moment, Xuanyuan walked in from the door. After seeing the scene in front of him, his voice stopped suddenly. Burst! Xuanyuan gently chopped off his feet, and several lifeless bodies suddenly exploded. Ice crystals scattered all over the sky, and slowly dissolved between the sky and the earth under Xuanyuan Jie's huge energy. Only a few space rings were left, floating quietly in the room. With a thought, he pulled the space ring in front of Xuanyuan, and Xuanyuan slowly said, "Let those people go, give them some star stones, and let them go back on their own. Take away everything you can use from the Mu family, and set fire to what you can't take away." Good. Xuanyuan responded readily and immediately started making arrangements. Soon, in the dark night, a raging fire instantly rose in Yunxiao City, awakening countless people from their sleep. And the 2 people who caused all this were Xuanyuan. Now we are heading to the next target location, Xuanyuan Pavilion, the largest inn of money-losing in Yunxiao City. As for what it does, those who know it know it. At this moment, in the magnificent and brightly lit dance floor, countless graceful dancers are dancing, and their white skin is exposed to everyone's sight. For a time, countless literati and poets whistled in the audience. In front of the dancers, a charming woman wearing a purple gauze dress, exposing a large area of white skin. Her purple eyes constantly scanned the guests around, flashing a strange light. At this time, above Xuanyuan Tower, Xuanyuan's figure quietly appeared. Runes surged in the ice-blue pupils, and through the heavy obstacles, the charming figure dancing appeared in his eyes. It's really fun to spy on information in this way. In this place of all kinds of people, living a life of drunkenness and dreaming, it might be easier to ask something. But let's stop here today. Xuanyuan's mind moved, and a space wormhole was constructed in front of him, and he reached out to explore. At the same time, who is it? What is this? In the Xuanyuan Pavilion below, a dark space wormhole suddenly appeared above the dance floor, and countless exclamations sounded instantly. Those who didn't know about it dodged around in panic, and the scene was once very chaotic. The purple figure's eyes flashed a strange color and followed the crowd to retreat. But what she didn't know was that the appearance of this wormhole was for her. Freeze! A cold voice sounded from the wormhole, and the purple figure was horrified to find that her body could not move. Looking down, she was shocked to find that her feet had been frozen by a lump of ice at some point. She looked around and was surprised to find that only she was controlled. She thought, has my identity been exposed? A burst of terrifying energy suddenly erupted from her body. Although she had just entered the Supreme Realm, everyone who noticed her cried out in surprise. What's going on? How can Miss Ziming have the strength of the Supreme Realm? Yes, you see, only she is frozen. What's going on? Is there any hidden secret? Just as everyone was puzzled, Xuanyuan's cold voice came from the wormhole again. Suppress! A crushing ice palm came out of the wormhole, exuding the power of suppressing the world and attacking Ziming. Ziming's face was full of horror. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. She could only watch the ice palm attack. How dare you? Stop him! Countless people in Xuanyuan Pavilion suddenly jumped up and attacked the ice palm. Ziming was the golden signboard of their Xuanyuan Pavilion. If she was killed like this, they would suffer a great loss. But Xuanyuan's method was not something they could stop. They just approached the ice palm, and the huge pressure instantly enveloped them, making them slow down. No! Ziming shouted angrily. Boom! The ice palm fell on Ziming's body, and Ziming was killed in an instant. Xuanyuan did not explode all his strength, but only shattered the heart meridian, without hurting the body. Otherwise, the opponent would be shattered by the energy. The reason why this person's body was left behind was not because Xuanyuan was sympathetic, but because the other party's body was the best explanation for the whole scene. Heavenly evil cult heretic deserved it. After the cold voice fell, the wormhole slowly dissipated in Xuanyuan Pavilion, and Xuanyuan's figure also disappeared in the sky. Oh my God! How can he be a man? Someone in Xuanyuan Pavilion exclaimed, and everyone looked in the direction of the exclamation, only to see that Ziming, who was originally wearing a purple gauze dress with a graceful figure and amazing face, had turned into a big and strong man at this moment. The purple gauze dress appeared on a sturdy man with a full face, which reminded the audience of countless vomiting sounds. Shit, I'm about to vomit the overnight meal. Why did I like this thing before? It seems that what the mysterious voice said just now is true. He is a member of the Tianjiao cult, a small weapon shop in the north of Yunxiao City. Icicles fell from the sky, surrounding the entire weapon shop, forming a hexagram formation, sealing the surrounding space. When the icicles just appeared, countless people in black came out of the room and tried their best to break the icicles and destroy the formation, but it was in vain. Soon, the extreme ice power wrapped the entire shop, turning it into an exquisite ice house in an instant. The people trapped in it naturally lost their vitality and turned into soulless flesh and blood ice sculptures. Above a hidden house in the south of the city, balls of burning flames appeared above the house, and they looked particularly bright and hot in the dark night. Boom! The flames fell into the house in an instant, and a shocking explosion sounded instantly. Then there were screams from inside, until no more sound came out. Standing proudly above the sky, looking at the chaotic and noisy Yunxiao city at the moment, Xuanyuan Yu frowned and did not seem to be happy about destroying these Tianjia cult strongholds. After a long time, Xuanyuan Yu slowly said, "It's just a small Yunxiao city, and there are 5 Tianjia cult strongholds in the Yun family. This is what we have detected. The penetration of this Tianjia cult is really shocking." Yeah, how did they do it? Jean Xin also sighed. Boss, it seems a bit too difficult for us to deal with the huge force of Tianjia cult. It is definitely not enough for us to deal with it. We can only deal with it when we meet it. Xuanyuan said softly. Let's go, leave the city, be careful that the news must have spread to the old guys of the Yun family. Let's make some arrangements first, and then wait for the old guy to take the bait. Okay. In a city thousands of miles away from Yunxiao City, in a hidden manner, a very angry roar suddenly came out. Asshole! You actually destroyed all the hidden players of Tianjia cult in Yunxiao City. Damn little beast. I really shouldn't have let you leave at that time. Yun Chun kept pacing, standing in the house with an angry face and roaring. Chun'er, calm down. Next to Yun Chun, a white-haired old man with a gloomy face asked for a sip of tea and said calmly, Ancestor, how can I calm down at this time? All the plans of my Yun family for hundreds of years have been ruined because of those little beasts. If the deputy hall master knew that we had done things like this, he would definitely not let us go. Yunshin kept complaining anxiously beside the old man. When talking about the deputy hall master, Yunshin's eyes flashed with deep fear. Calm down. Look at you now. Do you still look like a clan leader? The ancestor of the Yun family scolded Yunshin with a heavier tone. Now that things have come to this, you should think about how to solve it instead of complaining to me here. If complaining is useful, I would have complained to the deputy hall master now. Ancestor, what do you think we should do next? I don't know what those little beasts will do next. If they don't leave the city for a short time, are we going to be here watching them do whatever they want? Yunshin, let me ask you, how many strongholds does Yunling know in total? The ancestor of the Yun family asked. 5. There is only one left that has not been destroyed by them, but that stronghold is outside Yunxiao City. They should not dare to come out in a short time. Ancestor, I don't think so. They are geniuses, and they must have many ways to save their lives. They may not be afraid of the threat from my Yun family, but it will only arouse their competitiveness. The more we think that they will not go, they may just do the opposite. So now you immediately arrange for all the elites of the clan to be hidden in that stronghold. I will tell you their whereabouts in real time. When they appear, I will personally take action, ancestor. By then, no matter how many tricks they have, they will not be my opponent. The ancestor of the Yun family said sternly. What the ancestor said is true. Yunshin didn't think it through well. I will make arrangements now. After hearing this, Yunshin felt that it made sense. After bowing his hands to his ancestor, he turned around and walked out of the room. One day later, dawn breaks. Near Huanying town, 100 miles away from Yunxiao City, a dark space wormhole appeared in the sky, and the figures of Xuanyuan Bo and Jean Xian walked out of it. Xuanyuan Bo has already arranged everything somewhere, just waiting for the Yun family to take the bait. Boss, do you think those old guys will take the bait? Why am I always confused? Jean Xian asked Xuanyuan Bo with a solemn expression. After setting it up for a day, although he had great confidence in his own arrangement, he didn't quite believe that the other party would easily take the bait. The other party is not a fool. We know there is danger and still rush in. There must be some conspiracy. It's okay. When the other party comes, we will form a formation to welcome them. If the other party doesn't come, we will destroy this stronghold and leave. Xuanyuan Bo waved his hands very calmly and walked in one direction. Let's go. Give it a try and see if they take the bait. According to Yunling's memory, this Huanying town is a large town with tens of thousands of people, and the hidden strongholds in it provide the Yun family with a large amount of training resources and human slaves for the Yun family to practice. Destroying them can be regarded as a disaster. Good. Jean Xian responded and followed closely. After walking for a while, the two came to drink tea in an inn next to the mayor's mansion in Huanying town. It's still daytime, so it's not convenient to do things. Although the two said that only 1 or 2 forces who had just entered the Supreme Realm would be eliminated, it would be the same day and night. But Jean Xian suddenly told Xuanyuan Bo that he felt better at night and wanted to wait for the Yun family for a while, so the two came to the inn to drink tea. Sitting by the window on the second floor of the inn, Xuanyuan Bo took a sip of tea and looked through the window in the direction of the mayor's mansion. He said softly, "The mayor seems to be living a very good life. The size of this mansion has caught up with the wealthy families in Yunxiao City. This is normal, boss. After all, the sky is high here and the emperor is far away." Mayor Qi is also a bastard of the Yun family. With his background and strength, he has taken away a lot of people's wealth. After a long period of accumulation, he is extremely rich. Oil. After destroying the Qi family, I will definitely clean up the house and treat others the way they were treated. Jean Xian stared at the impressive mansion of the Mayor Qi's family with bright eyes, muttering in his mouth, his tone full of determination to win. At this time, in a small box in a secluded corner on the second floor, 2 tiny voices of discussion fell into their ears. Xuanyuan Bo and Jean Xian looked at each other, and both saw the unexpected look in each other's eyes. With great tacit understanding, he pricked up his ears and listened. "Brother, have you heard? The Qi family seems to have made some big moves in the past 2 days. They have brought back all the elite members of the clan, and even invited a few strong men to sit in the mayor's mansion with a lot of money. How do you know such secrets? I have a friend. I don't know anyone here. You don't have to hide it when I'm here. Okay, I have some relationship with the concubine of an elder of the chief family. I learned about it from her. You're such a good boy. You hooked up with the chief family's concubine without saying a word. You didn't waste your handsome face. Hey, brother, don't you dare tell it. If others find out, we will be dead. Don't worry, I know what to do. Why do you think the chief family did this? Could it be that some enemy came to seek revenge on them? We can't rule out this possibility. After all, the chief family has been the king and hegemon in this deserted film city for so many years. It can be said that they have done all kinds of bad things. They have a lot of enemies. It's not surprising that someone comes to seek revenge. Hey, brother, do you think it has something to do with the major events that happened in Yinxiao City 2 days ago? I think the other voice hadn't finished speaking yet. Touch! Suddenly, a sound of kicking the door sounded. Immediately afterwards, a bang resounded throughout the restaurant, attracting the attention of countless people. Adulterer, I finally found you, and you actually sneaked into my chi home. I think you are really an old man who is tired of living on arsenic. I will definitely make your life worse than death. No, don't. Brother, save me. Damn it, it's an accomplice. Beat him up hard, and the other guys bring all the people in his family back to me. Bang, bang. In that room, there were crackling sounds of fighting and screaming, but it soon subsided. Bah, it's useless. You can't stand these 2 hits. Soon, accompanied by footsteps, an old man with white hair walked out of the room, followed by several ferocious guards. It turned out to be the 3rd elder of the chief family. He is a half-step supreme strongman. I didn't expect that he would be cheated one day. He is so old, I guess he can't do it in some way. The girl can't live a widow after marrying him. In a corner, 2 young men saw the white-haired old man coming out and chuckled and whispered to each other. The 3rd elder of the chief family glanced at the inn with cold eyes, looking at the few people sitting around with smiles on their faces and secretly looking at him. He felt that the eyes around him were full of ridicule. His anger grew again, and he kept breathing heavily. The faith-turning piece suddenly remembered that his mission for this month had not been completed. He waved his hand directly. Come here, take everyone here away. Their eyes saw things they shouldn't see, and their ears heard things they shouldn't hear. Bring them all back to the clan to be punished. Yes. Several fierce men behind him agreed in unison, with a ferocious smile on their faces, and walked towards Xuanyuan and the 2 tables of guests next to him. Seeing their obedient and bold appearance, it is enough to understand these things. They have seen and done too much on weekdays. Xuanyuan and Jean Xin looked at each other. They both saw the incredible look in each other's eyes. Although they had heard that the Chi Town chief clan of the Wild Shadow City was very arrogant, they did not expect it to be so outrageous. They were just drinking tea here, and the other party wanted to take them all away because of this little thing. As for what they're taking away, others may not know. But Xuanyuan and Jean Xin know it very well. Why are you arresting us? We did something wrong. You chief family are too unreasonable. When the guests at the other 2 tables heard that the 3rd elder of the chief family was about to take them away, they immediately stood up and their expressions changed drastically, and they sternly yelled at the strong man who was attacking them. The chief family doesn't need to explain to you what they do. You have no qualifications to resist. You can only accept the fate you have to bear. Besides, when have you ever seen the chief family talk to each other? A big man said ferociously, picking up a thin man like an eagle catching a chicken. I will fight with you. The few people who received the response tried their best to resist, but it was in vain. They were no match for these big men, and they were subdued in just 3 strikes, 5 divided by 2. You too, do you choose to resist or follow us honestly? At this moment, 2 big men also walked up to Xuanyuan Gao and the other 2. I can't even have a peaceful drink of tea. I originally wanted your chief family to be exterminated later, but now that you have arrived, let's start from now on. Xuanyuan Jie took out a handkerchief from somewhere and wiped his mouth gently. His expression was calm and composed. Although his tone was very calm, it made the two strong men in front of him and the three members of the chief family standing in the distance. The elder was furious. Presumptuous. Where did this arrogant boy come from? He actually uttered such arrogant words about destroying my chief family. What a joke! The third elder of the chief family shouted loudly, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Xuanyuan Bo. Xuanyuan Bo stood up calmly, and the terrifying aura of the supreme realm began to spread from his body. At this moment, the face of the third elder of the chief family was very interesting. First he was furious, then unexpectedly shocked, and in the end only deep fear remained. The aura on Xuanyuan Bo's body was so amazing that he had never felt it on his clan leader, which proved that Xuanyuan Bo's strength was not something that the chief family could provoke. At this moment, I began to regret in my heart why I didn't pay attention to Xuanyuan Bo just now and why I took action blindly. However, it was useless for him to regret at this time. Xuanyuan Bo asked him to snap his fingers. Crack! A burst of coldness swept across, and all the chief family members on the second floor were instantly frozen in ice. With their little cultivation strength, Xuanyuan Bo didn't want to waste any effort on them, so he just wiped them out. After being rescued, the two tables of guests who had been subdued by the chief family looked at Xuanyuan Bo with shock on their faces. In Huangying Town, the base camp of the chief family, he dared to kill the elders of the chief family, which really shocked them. But shocked, Xuanyuan Bo saved them after all. Therefore, they gratefully stepped forward to express their gratitude to Xuanyuan and warned, "Thank you, senior, for saving me, but I'd better leave as soon as possible." As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overwhelm a local snake. The chief family can be said to be the master of the whole family in Huangying Town. After all, there are only two of us, seniors. It's still too late to leave before the other party notices. Faced with the advice of several people, Xuanyuan Bo smiled lightly. The other party did not understand his situation, and he did not want to explain too much. However, the other party had good intentions after all, so Xuanyuan Bo said softly, "You guys should go back. It will not be peaceful next time." Seeing that Xuanyuan Bo didn't want to leave, everyone seemed to be confident, so they stopped trying to persuade him, handed him over again, and left quickly. They should hurry back to pack their luggage and leave Huangying Town. It's really not a good time to stay here any longer. After a while, there was no one else in the guest battle. Even the boss ran away. Before leaving, he muttered, "It's so unlucky. People die every day in this inn. Today, a member of the chief family died. Whoever wants it can take it. I quit. It's a clean walk." His mind scanned the inn, and after discovering the situation at this moment, he chuckled. Boss, after all, they're all monks with no background. When such a big thing happens, they naturally have to leave as soon as possible to avoid being affected. This is human nature and is all for survival. In the final analysis, it's all because of the chief family. We've already taken action, so there's no need to wait any longer. After saying that, Xuanyuan Bo thought, and the frozen and lifeless body of the third elder of the chief family stood up from the ground. Whoosh! Under the guidance of Xuanyuan Bo's spiritual power, the body of the third elder of the chief family rushed towards the direction of the chief family like a meteor. When the body wrapped in ice flew into the sky above the chief family, it was instantly spotted by the strong men of the chief family. A figure rose into the sky from the chief family and stopped the body of the third elder. He originally thought that someone was sneaking into their chief family, but when he saw the person coming, his anger shot up into the sky, and he shouted angrily, "Wantless! Who did this? If you dare to kill the elders of my chief family, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I, the head of the chief family, Chief Feng, will definitely make you pay the price in blood." Following the roar of Chief Feng, the head of the chief family, countless members of the chief family rose into the sky. After seeing this scene, all of them had angry faces on their faces. In the 3/3 of an acre of land in Huangying Town, someone dared to take action against the Yun family. Such provocative behavior was hard for them to accept. At this time, once again, The ice sculpture corpse turned into streams of light and flew out from the second floor of the inn, shooting towards everyone in the Qi family. This time, everyone noticed Xuanyuan Gao's direction. Everyone's faces were shocked, confused, and angry. I didn't expect that the murderer didn't leave after killing someone, and even made such provocative actions. In an instant, everyone in the Qi family heard the sound and moved towards Xuanyuan Gao's direction one by one. The clan leader Qi Feng also flew at the front of the crowd. Soon, a group of people came to Xuanyuan's window in a mighty manner, stood in the air, and glared at Xuanyuan. "Did you kill the third brother?" Qi Feng looked at Xuanyuan and asked coldly. Xuanyuan turned slightly, facing Qi Feng, and replied lightly, "Yes. It turned out to be you. You actually dared to come." When Qi Feng saw Xuanyuan's face, his face changed instantly. His body suddenly tensed, and he exclaimed. It was obvious that the Yin family had already told him about Xuanyuan's portrait and situation. "Oh, you know me, that's easy. Since you know me, there will be no more nonsense. Please go to die directly. Jin X and do it." As Xuanyuan's voice fell, Jin Xin moved out instantly. His figure disappeared on the spot, and the next moment he appeared above the heads of the Qi family. Looking at the Qi family below, Jin Xin grinned. Although he was laughing, the Qi family felt inexplicably frightened. The raging fire spreads all over the land. The burning sky star falls. Jin Xin suddenly burst out with the strength of the fourth level of the Supreme. With a wave of his hand, all the people of the Qi family were instantly wrapped in a sea of fire under his feet. Then a formation appeared above the sky, and huge meteorites wrapped in flames condensed in the formation and fell towards the Qi family below. "Defense! Disperse and don't gather together," Qi Feng shouted, and the spiritual power around him condensed into a protective shield, wrapping himself and evacuating the surrounding clansmen at the same time. He knew the combat power of Xuanyuan and the other two, and they were the existence that could kill the Supreme of the Earth. Even if his true strength was not the first entry into the Supreme, but the fifth level of the Supreme, he could not be the opponent of Xuanyuan. However, just when he was trying to move his body to avoid Jin Xion's attack, Xuanyuan's cold voice resounded through the world. 10,000 miles of ice. Then, Qi Feng was horrified to find that his feet had been frozen at some point. Although he could still fly, his movement speed was extremely slow. Just when Qi Feng struggled to break free from the ice and turned around to remind his clansmen. He turned his head sharply and found that except for himself, the other clansmen were now wrapped in ice. Their faces remained the same, and their pupils showed extreme horror. The ice wrapped around the bodies of some of the stronger clansmen had spread some cracks from the center, and it seemed that they were about to break free. But they seemed to have forgotten the flaming meteorite above their heads. Boom! 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 The flaming meteorite, which exuded a devastating aura, fell heavily on the Qi family members. Countless shrill screams instantly resounded through the world. Energy poured out, water vapor filled the air, and thick fog enveloped the world, making it difficult to see the specific situation inside. At this moment, many buildings around were already filled with people, all of whom were attracted by the sound of energy explosions. However, they only dared to watch from a distance and did not dare to approach. In fact, the town mayor Qi's usual practices really made them a little afraid, fearing that if they got closer, they would suffer some innocent disaster. At this moment, looking at the current situation, countless whispering voices continued to sound. Who dared to take action next to the Qi family? Don't you want to die? Do you think it is possible that the Qi family offended someone they shouldn't have offended? It is very likely. Judging from the performance of the Qi family in the past 2 days, they are indeed afraid of something. Great! Finally, someone came to clean up the Qi family. This group of scourges has also come to this day. Be careful, the Qi family is not that simple. They seem to have some background in Yunshao City, which is extremely extraordinary. Just as countless people were discussing, the figure in the fog gradually disappeared. The fog also began to slowly dissipate. Hiss! After the fog dissipated, When the situation at the scene fell into the eyes of the people present, countless sounds of sucking in cold air were heard. In the direction where the chief family was, there were a few strong men from the family standing in the sky, each with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths and ragged clothes. Only Chief Feng, the head of the chief family, did not seem to have any particularly serious injuries. On the bloody ground, countless members of the chief family were lying in a crisscross pattern, with traces of burns all over their bodies. Most of them had lost their breath of life, and only a few were left groaning in pain in the crowd. Jean Xian looked at the damage he had caused, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh my God! Only a young man turned the chief family into this state. It's really horrible. It's so satisfying, it's really satisfying. The chief family has this day. It's all retribution. Some people in the crowd exclaimed, some applauded, but no one felt sorry for the chief family's experience. Asshole! You deserve to die. You really deserve to die. The foundation of my chief family was completely destroyed by the two of you. If you don't die, I will never be able to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Chi Feng looked at the tragic scene around him. His eyes were red, and a demonic flame suddenly rose around him, and his aura became stronger again. He took out a big knife full of bloody aura and chopped towards Jean Xian with great force. Xuanyuan had a record of killing the supreme of the earth, so he didn't dare to attack him, so he could only retreat and target Jean Xian. Jean Xian's realm was one level lower than his, and at this moment he used the energy of the heavenly evil cult, so he was confident that he could take Jean Xian down. No matter what, he had to kill one of them today to comfort his fallen Qi family members. But he didn't know who he was facing at all. Jean Xian was the young master of Wanbao Pavilion, the top genius of the Jean family in the central region, and had the golden pupil of luck. How could his strength be weak? Although Jean Xian couldn't be like Xuanyuan Bo, who was invincible under the semi-saint at the 7th level of the Supreme, he was not afraid of anyone under the Spirit Supreme. So, facing Qi Feng's aggressive attack, Jean Xian grinned. It's been a long time since I had a good fight. Although your strength is not strong, I am interested in playing with you today. After that, a golden light flashed, and two heavy hammers with black light and golden patterns appeared in front of Jean Xian. Jean Xian held the heavy hammers tightly with both hands, and the aura on his body seemed even stronger. At this moment, Xuanyuan Bo, who was waiting for the Yun family to appear on the 2nd floor of the inn, also raised his eyebrows with a little surprise. He also knew that Jean Xian's weapon was a two-handed hammer. However, Jean Xian's figure is indeed suitable for this kind of heavy weapon. Old friend, we haven't fought together for a long time. Let's see your supreme grace today. Explosive hammer. Jean Xian laughed twice, wielded the heavy hammer emitting golden flames, exuding a majestic aura, and smashed it towards Qi Feng. Bang! Jean Xian's heavy hammer and Qi Feng's broadsword collided with each other, making a shocking sound, and the violent energy spread from the place where the two people clashed to the surroundings. For a time, the wind was surging, and the sand and stones were flying. Bang! Bang! Clang! Clang! In the sight of everyone, the two figures of gold and gray-black kept colliding in the sky at a very fast speed, and only the shadows could be vaguely seen. The confrontation was very fierce. Bang! After another fierce collision, the two figures pushed each other away. Qi Feng looked extremely embarrassed, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his body hidden under his clothes was covered with dark marks. Compared with him, Jean Xian's situation was much better, with only a shallow scar on his arm, which was caused by Qi Feng deliberately bearing a heavy hammer from Jean Xian. Your level is just like this. I won't play with you anymore. One move to decide life and death. Flame boom. Jean Xian snorted coldly, and powerful energy continued to flow into the double hammers, and a heavy and extremely dangerous aura spread from his body. Feeling the aura emanating from Jean Xian, Qi Feng looked solemn, and also infused energy into the big knife. Evil spirit kill. A knife was swung out, and the dark and deep blade light cut through the void, leaving cracks. During the flight of the blade light, the evil spirit formed a human-shaped creature, emitting a strange and gloomy aura. The aura of the Tianjia cult is really disgusting. Jin Xian's face was full of disgust. The power emanating from his hand was even more terrifying. With a powerful swing, a majestic golden hammer, Shadow met Qi Feng's sword light. Boom boom! In the blink of an eye, two huge energies collided with each other, causing a shocking energy explosion. The terrifying air waves spread in all directions. Puff! Qi Feng spit out blood and flew backwards. It was obvious that Jin Xian won this battle. Jin Xian grinned, took advantage of the victory, and swung his two hammers towards Qi Feng. Qi Feng was terrified and retreated quickly, but he couldn't escape Jin Xian's lock at all. At this critical moment, he suddenly looked up to the sky and shouted, "Chief Yun, save me! Chief Yun, save me!" Hearing Qi Feng shouting for help, countless onlookers outside the venue looked at each other and were very curious about who this Yun clan leader was. On the other hand, some people were enlightened and thought of the recent events in Yunshao City with strange expressions on their faces. However, Jin Xian's attack was not affected by Qi Feng's voice, and he still greeted him fiercely. There was a loud bang sound. Qi Feng's scream did not sound as promised. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and a hint of joy flashed through his eyes. I saw a middle-aged man in white standing in front of Qi Feng. Jin Xian stood upright, put the sledgehammer in his right hand on his shoulder, and then whispered to the man in white, "Clan Chief Yun, long time no see. Little beasts, my clan leader really underestimated you. You even destroyed 3 strongholds of my Yun family, including the stronghold of Huangying Town, and you made them look like this. Your crime is unforgivable." Yun Shen looked at the tragic situation here with cold eyes and an extremely gloomy tone. They deserve to die. You know what the heretics of the heretical sect do on a daily basis. You know it in your own mind. If you kill them so easily, I still feel that I am taking advantage of them. Jin Xian replied coldly. Presumptuous. Whatever your identity, you are not qualified to take charge of people from my divine sect. Yun Shen shouted sternly. Jin Xian sneered. Clan Chief Yun, don't you even try to cover it up? Isn't this all your fault? I let that old man Xuanyuan label the Yun family as the Tianjia cult. Is it useful to cover it up now? At this point, Yun Shun gritted his teeth and looked at Jin Xian. Hey, don't distort the facts. What do you mean by labeling you a Tianjia cult? Your Yun family is a heretic from the Tianjia cult. Jin Xian corrected. Stop talking nonsense, you little beast. Today is the day you two die. Yun Shun looked coldly at Jin Xian and Xuanyuan Bo, who were sitting by the window on the second floor of the inn. You alone want to keep me and the boss. Master Yun is not dreaming. Jin Xian sneered, with a very disdainful expression on his face. Ha! You don't think that the head of our family is really brainless, do you? You know that this trip is very dangerous and you still dare to come. You must have some trump card. You are scheming against the master of my family. Isn't this the master of my family who is asking me to put you in an urn? Papa! After saying that, Yun Shen clapped his hands, and the clear voice instantly resounded throughout the world. Then, whoosh whoosh, figures exuding powerful aura instantly appeared in the sky. Including Yun Shun, the peak Heavenly Supreme, there are a total of 2 Heavenly Supremes, 3 Earth Supremes, 7 Spiritual Supremes, and more than a dozen ordinary Supreme Realm experts. These are all the remaining elites of the Yun family. Originally, there were more than just these strong men, but in the battle at Yunshao City a few days ago, the Yun family lost many strong men. Today, all these powerful men were brought here by Yun Shun, just because he didn't want to give Xuanyuan Gao and Jin Xian any chance of survival. Tear, I'm afraid the Yun family has mobilized all the powerful people here. It's so terrifying. I'm afraid this young man is in danger. Since when did the Yun family become members of a cult? Brother, have you not gone out recently? Why don't you know about such a big thing? I was in seclusion for the past 2 days, and I just came out today. Please help me clear up my doubts, brother. That makes sense. The thing is, seeing Yunshin arriving with so many strong men, countless people gasped and started talking. Even if they knew that the Yun family was from the Tianjia cult, no one chose to help them. They all acted as if the matter had nothing to do with them. For them, as long as disaster does not happen to them, they will not do anything. At this time, Yunshin turned his eyes in Xuanyuan's direction and sneered, "Little beast, how long are you going to watch the show? Are you not going to care about the life or death of this little brother like you? Or is it because you were too frightened to say anything when you saw that I brought so many strong men with me?" Xuanyuan took a sip of tea, put the cup on the table calmly, and turned slightly to look at Yunshin. There was a deep chill in his eyes. Yunshin, who was watching him, was shocked. Yunshin's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body suddenly tensed up. He saw that Xuanyuan Bo's figure had disappeared from where he was just now, and he didn't know where he was going. Suddenly, a horrifying sound rang in Yunshin's ears, like a death threat, making him feel terrified. "Clan Chief Yun, it's not a good habit to open your mouth like a little beast and shut up like a little beast. I don't like your attitude very much." Xuanyuan Bo's tone paused, and Yunshin suddenly felt something bad. He immediately made a defensive posture and scanned the surroundings with his huge spiritual mind, exploring Xuanyuan Bo's figure. A dark crack appeared behind Yunshin, and a bright sword light came out from it, destroying everything and attacking him with mighty force. As if there were eyes behind him, Yunshin turned slightly to avoid Xuanyuan Bo's bright sword light. Yunshin grinned and sneered. "Is this the only way you could do it? You little beast, my clan leader thought he had some big tricks up his sleeve. You look down on this clan too much." However, before he finished speaking, the smile on his face instantly solidified. Just because a scream suddenly sounded next to him, and then a few drops of thick and warm liquid splashed on his face. Subconsciously wiping the liquid on his face, a bright red instantly appeared in Yunshin's eyes. His pupils shrank suddenly, and Yunshin turned around mechanically. What caught his eyes was a head rising into the sky, and a headless body with a column of blood from its neck rising to the sky, and blood kept splattering all around. This person is Qi Feng, the head of the Qi family, who Yunshin just rescued. "Tisk, TSK, TSK. Chief Yun, look at you. This blow is obviously not a big threat to you. You have to dodge it. If you hide away, he will be the one who suffers. Don't blame this young master for his death. It's all because of you. If you didn't have to hide away, he wouldn't have died." Xuanyuan Bo's figure suddenly appeared next to Jin Xian and said in a playful tone. Hearing Xuanyuan Gong's frivolous tone, and looking at Qi Feng, who was falling downwards at this moment, Yunshin's eyes were about to burst, and he shouted to Xuanyuan Gong with a ferocious expression. "Asshole, you did it on purpose. Your original target was Qi Feng." He was next to Qi Feng, and Xuanyuan Bo still did this. This was obviously a slap in his face. At this moment, his anger soared into the sky. At the same time, the people in Huangying town who were watching all around were also shocked at this moment. Their mouths were wide open, and they stood motionless, as if they were immobilized by some skill. After Qi Feng's remains fell to the ground and made a muffled sound, they slowly came to their senses. Damn it, this young man, is it so fierce? What gives him the confidence to kill someone in front of the head of the Yun family, who is at the heavenly supreme realm? That's right, the Yun family has brought so many strong men. Doesn't he care about the formalities? Do you think there is a possibility that this young man has absolute confidence in his own strength, and strong men like the Yin family are not taken seriously by him? Hey man, wake up. It's broad daylight. Why are you dreaming when you sit up? Give it all to me. Today, I will cut these two little beasts into pieces. Otherwise, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Listening to the constant discussion coming from all around, Yunshin bared his teeth and shouted sharply at the strong men of the Yun family, who were also looking very ugly. Yes! In the sky, countless echoing voices sounded. Immediately afterwards, the strong men of the Yun family took out their weapons one by one and attacked Xuanyuan Gao and Jin Xin menacingly. Faced with such a situation, Jin Xin's face was slightly condensed. Most of these strong men were stronger than him, but he was not afraid, not only because Xuanyuan Gao was beside him, which gave him full confidence. In addition, he has many ways to save his life. Even if he is defeated, no one can stop him if he wants to leave. But as a genius, he has his own pride. I don't want to rely on external things for everything, as this will limit its growth. Therefore, Jin Xin resolutely chose to stand up. The aura on his body increased sharply again. The golden flames of the sledgehammer in his hand rose, and the temperature between heaven and earth instantly rose. "Boss, how to divide it?" Jin Xin asked Xuanyuan Gao in a low voice. He alone is definitely no match for so many strong men. It depends on how Xuanyuan Jie wants to arrange it. Your own current strength is already at its limit to deal with a 7th level Supreme One. Did you see the man in Tsing Yi on the far left? Xuanyuan said, looking at the figure in Tsing Yi on the far left. Saw it. He's your opponent. Go ahead. I'm just a boss. Then you have to face all the remaining strong men. Just take care of yourself. Since I said so, I must be sure. Xuanyuan Gao replied softly, without looking at Jin Xin beside him. Okay, boss, be careful. Jin Xin didn't say anything more and rushed towards the figure in green with his hammers, and soon the sound of the fierce battle between the two was heard. Xuanyuan Gao glanced in Jin Xin's direction lightly, and after making sure that the other party was not at a disadvantage, he quickly looked away. With a wave of one hand, an ice sword condensed in his hand. Seeing the Yun family members approaching, he sneered. More numbers means nothing. Today, let you, the sinners of evil cults, truly understand what it means to be a truly strong man, a true genius. The way of Ice Sword Dragon Shang. Xuanyuan gave a cold shout. The next moment, a tyrannical wave of air spread from the center of Xuanyuan Gao to the surrounding areas. The temperature between heaven and earth plummeted like a cliff, and snowflakes like goose feathers suddenly fell from the sky and drifted in the wind. Attacking Xuanyuan Gao, everyone in the Yun family suddenly showed horror in their eyes. At this moment, they were shocked to find that their movements had become extremely slow, as if they were trapped in some kind of gravity trap. At this time, sword! Xuanyuan Xiao held the ice sword and waved forward with one hand. A burst of cold and biting ice sword energy was instantly emitted, and it flew towards the Yun family members with great momentum. Seeing this, many strong men from the Yun family smiled disdainfully and took action at the same time. Countless terrifying attacks collided with the ice sword energy. Boom! Under the bombardment of these countless powerful attacks, the ice sword energy emitted by Xuanyuan Gao was instantly shattered, and countless pieces of ice were scattered on the sky, shining brightly like stars in the night sky. Boy, are your attacks so vulnerable? This power is really ridiculous. A member of the Yun family saw this scene and laughed disdainfully. Huh? For a while, many strong men in the Yun family burst out laughing. However, one person did not smile. He was the other heavenly supreme expert in the Yun family, besides Yunshun. Looking at Xuanyuan Jie, who had no change in his expression in the face of everyone's sneers. For some reason, he suddenly felt uneasy in his heart. Color. Suddenly, he saw the ice sword chi shattering into pieces of fluorescent ice floating in the sky. He suddenly realized something and was about to yell. Not good, little. However, it is too late to shout anymore. Dragon! Opposite them, Xuanyuan whispered and waved the ice sword in his hand. Then, under Xuanyuan's control, the fragments of the ice sword energy turned into masses of squirming liquid, eventually forming a long sword that exuded a terrifying aura. Soon, the sky was covered with overwhelming long swords. Under the control of unknown power, they condensed into an ice-blue stegosaurus with shocking momentum. Roar! When the ice sword dragon was taking shape, a huge roar resounded through the sky, causing everyone in the audience to use energy to protect their eardrums. Even so, there were still many weak people. In this deafening roar, their eardrums were shattered and blood overflowed from their ears. Damn it, it smells so scary. The giant dragon formed by this ice sword actually gave me a feeling like a living creature. Me too. Countless people looked up and marveled at the ice sword dragon above the sky. Ah, ah, ah. Suddenly, screams once again attracted everyone's attention, and they saw dozens of Yun family members standing above the sky. At this moment, there were more than a dozen figures whose chests were pierced deeply by an ice sword. The bright red blood stained a large area of their clothes. Their figures fell uncontrollably downwards, and their bodies were no longer alive. It turned out that just as the ice sword dragon roared, countless ice swords with terrifying breath came out of its mouth. When everyone was distracted by the shocking roar, it suddenly attacked the Yun family's strong men. Facing this sudden sneak attack, an old man in the Yun family shouted, "Fuck sneak attack, no martial ethics." Then his chest was pierced by an ice sword, and the extremely cold spiritual power instantly spread from the ice sword to his whole body, freezing his spiritual power and leaving him no chance of survival. Xuanyuan's attack. The dozens of supreme realm strong men brought by the Yun family were instantly killed by more than a dozen. However, these were clansmen whose cultivation was not in the late supreme realm. Their strength was relatively weak. Caught off guard, they naturally could not resist Xuanyuan's attack. Other members of the Yun family were also injured to varying degrees. There were some bleeding wounds on their bodies caused by sharp blades, but they were not fatal. Seeing so many clan members fall in the hands of Xuanyuan Bo, Yun Chun, who was standing aside, instantly had bloodshot eyes and roared heartbreakingly. "Asshole! You actually killed my Yun family's foundation, little bastard. You really deserve to die. Everyone who is still alive, come with me. This little bastard must die today." Yun Chun roared, leading the way, and was the first to rush towards Xuanyuan Bo. After his voice fell, other Yun clan members also rushed towards Xuanyuan Bo with ferocious faces. However, because of the scene just now, all the Yun clan members were very cautious and used all the life-saving methods they had mastered on themselves. Facing this group of powerful people above the spiritual supreme, Xuanyuan Bo's face still did not change at all. He raised his right hand high, made a fist, opened his mouth slightly, and spit out a cold word that shocked Yun Chun. "Shang! Shang!" accompanied by Xuanyuan's cold voice. A heart-pounding might suddenly erupted from the huge body of the ice sword dragon, and at the same time, its body was shining with dazzling light, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth continued to gather into the body of the ice sword dragon. For a moment, the wind was surging, and the sand and stones were flying. Seeing this situation, Yun Chun, who was attacking Xuanyuan, suddenly braked and stopped. He stared at Xuanyuan cautiously, not daring to act rashly. At the same time, he sent a message to the Yun clan members around, asking them to be careful and not to act rashly. Looking at Yun Chun, who was extremely cautious at the moment, Xuanyuan sneered. "Don't you want to kill me, Chief Yun? Why don't you do it? I'm standing here. Come and kill me quickly." Seeing Xuanyuan's impatient look, wanting the Yun family to rush towards him, Yun Chun felt more and more that there was some conspiracy. He frowned, not knowing what Xuanyuan was keeping secret, and at the same time passed the message to his own semi-sane ancestor. He was a little confused. Originally, the ancestor should have been traveling with him, but halfway through, the ancestor seemed to have received a message from someone telling them to let them go first, and he would follow 9 more at most in a cup of tea. But this cup of tea had passed for an unknown amount of time, and the ancestor still hadn't appeared, which made him a little anxious, secretly wondering if something had happened to the ancestor. Xuanyuan Yu's side suddenly became quiet, and the whole audience could only hear the sounds of fighting coming from Jin Xian's side. The atmosphere became so tense. Time passed little by little. Suddenly, Yun Chun found something wrong. It had been so long. If Yuan Yu really had any killer moves, why did he stay here with them waiting? Could it be? Yun Chun woke up instantly, turned his eyes to the ice sword dragon in the sky, and was horrified to find that the aura gathered on the ice sword dragon at this moment had already made him feel dangerous. Previously, he had focused all his attention on Xuanyuan Bo. Although the energy of the ice sword dragon surprised him, he did not feel any threat. In addition, Xuanyuan Bo deliberately concealed the aura of the ice sword dragon, so he did not notice the changes in the ice sword dragon in the first place. You are actually stalling for time, so that the ice dragon can gather more energy. Yun Chun, who understood everything, pointed at Xuanyuan Bo tremblingly. You just discovered it now? It's a pity that it's too late. I really don't know how you got the position of the head of the Yun family. It took you so long to react to such an obvious thing. It's really sad for the Yun family to have you as the head of the Yun family. Xuanyuan Bo sneered. Then he said coldly, I won't waste my time talking to you, you idiot. Enjoy the great gift that I prepared for your Yun family. Eternal frozen domain. Xuanyuan Bo shouted coldly, and the Yun family was shocked to find that in just a blink of an eye, they were actually in an endless white space. Everything around them had disappeared without a trace at this moment. They could only see their companions around them, and the ice sword dragon above their heads that was emitting the power of destruction. At the same time, deep in this space, they were shocked to find that their own strength was greatly suppressed, and the circulation of spiritual power was much slower. This is actually a domain, Yun Chun exclaimed, his face full of horror. At this moment, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart for Xuanyuan Bo's background and strength. This is a domain, the ability that can only be mastered by the Saint Realm. Even the ancestor of the Yun family, as a semi-saint, has not been able to comprehend it at all. Xuanyuan Bo is only the strength of the 7th level of the Supreme. How can he master it? Only by possessing a domain can one be qualified to enter the realm of saints, which is also the first condition for a semi-saint to enter the realm of saints. Countless semi-saints on the central star were blocked by this condition and could not go any further, even if they had already comprehended a trace of the meaning of saints. How could he know that Xuanyuan Bo was the reincarnation of the Ice Emperor, and the domain might be out of reach for others, but for him, it was just a slightly stronger means, not worth mentioning at all. When he just entered the Supreme Realm, Xuanyuan Bo had already extracted this ability from his previous life's memory and turned it into the power he controlled. Just when Yun Chun was shocked by this domain barrier, suddenly, Xuanyuan Bo's cold voice rang out between the world. Ice Dragon, explode! Then, under the gaze of countless eyes in the domain barrier, the Ice Sword Dragon once again sent out a shocking dragon roar, and the huge body emitted amazing beams of light from the inside out. Everyone, gather together and defend together. Feeling the frightening breath emanating from the Ice Sword Dragon, Yun Chun, the big man, instantly summoned all the clansmen to gather together and work together to form a very solid energy barrier. Want to use this to resist the explosive power of the Ice Sword Dragon. Xuanyuan, you watched the actions of the Yun family in the domain barrier from outside and sneered, it's too late. If you took action when the Ice Sword Dragon just began to gather its breath, you might only suffer some non-fatal injuries. But because of your caution, you gave the Ice Sword Dragon enough time to condense energy. At this moment, the energy contained in the Ice Sword Dragon's body is almost the sum of the 3 heavenly supremes. In the domain barrier of the Everfreeze realm, your strength has been greatly impacted. Even if everyone gathers together, it will be useless. After saying that, Xuanyuan made a fist gesture. Instantly, boom! With a loud boom, the ice dragon exploded instantly, and the devastating energy storm instantly swept the entire space. The huge energy impacted the energy barrier formed by the Yun family. Almost instantly, cracks appeared all over it, and it was impossible to resist. The self-explosion equivalent to the strength of 3 heavenly supremes was a completely devastating blow to them, who were deeply trapped in the domain at this moment. In addition, this was their first contact with the domain, and they had no way to deal with it. They could not escape the space of Xuanyuan's domain. They could only defend hard on the spot and struggle hard. Kala! Kala! Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Yunshin suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of horror. No! The devastating energy instantly enveloped the Yun family and their group, and countless screams were heard for a while. At this moment, in the extremely violent energy that crushed everything, Yun Qin's wailing voice was heard. "Ancestor, save me." Although Yun Qin's voice was loud, it was isolated in Xuanyuan's domain at the moment and could not be heard by the outside world at all. However, a figure running thousands of miles away seemed to have noticed something. His expression suddenly changed, and he whispered, "What's going on? Why did Chinner activate the breath I left in his mind? With so many strong men in the clan, aren't they still the opponent of that kid?" At this point, the ancestor of the Yun family waved his arm and instantly tore the space in front of him and drilled in. Hearing Yun Qin's heart-wrenching cry, Xuanyuan chuckled and whispered, "The big fish is about to be hooked." It seems that all this work is not in vain. As soon as Xuanyuan chuckled, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended between the world. Then, in the shocked and terrified eyes of countless people, the sky above Huangying town cracked, and a huge space crack appeared in the sky. A strong, holy power emanated from it, and it was constantly increasing, perhaps because the strong man behind the crack was approaching. Soon, a figure covered in a black cloak slowly appeared in front of the crack. After it appeared, a breath of horror that made people unable to breathe spread instantly. Yun Kong raised his head slightly, revealing the gray hair and wrinkled face under the cloak, which looked extremely old. He glanced around slightly, and a low and hoarse voice came out of his mouth. "Where is Chinner? I feel his breath here. Why can't I see his trace?" Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly turned his eyes to the space where Xuanyuan was. His eyes were full of enthusiasm and shock. "Oh my God! This is the breath of the domain." After Yun Kong, the ancestor of the Yun family, sensed the breath of the domain released by Xuanyuan, he first showed enthusiasm in his eyes. The domain was what he dreamed of. But after a moment, the enthusiasm faded, and only fear remained in his eyes. Being able to use the domain showed that this person's realm was already the realm of the saint, far beyond his ability to contend with. Although he didn't understand why a saintly strongman appeared here, the facts were in front of him. All this, just like the breath of the saintly realm felt in the Blood Wolf tribe in the Snow Plain, made him feel surprised. But it was too late to think about it now. Yunshin was most likely in the opponent's domain. Although he wanted to save him, the reality was cruel. He could not force his way into a Saint Realm domain. Yun Kong subconsciously wanted to leave. Since he could not save Yun Shun, he could not leave him here. However, what Yun Kong did not know was that the domain that trapped Yun Shun was actually cast by a junior of the 7th level of the Supreme Realm. But it was not Yun Kong's fault. After all, the environment he was in and the geniuses he met on weekdays could not condense the power of the domain below the semi-saint. If he was in the other 4 domains, he might not think so. Just when Yun Kong wanted to leave, suddenly he seemed to realize something and suddenly came back to his senses, whispering, "No, something is wrong. If the opponent is a saint, how could he use the domain to deal with Yunshin? Isn't this a waste of talent? A saint can easily injure or even kill Yun Shun with a single blow. What is that domain? I can't be wrong. Ancestor. This is the breath of the domain." Just when Yun Kong was puzzled, Xuanyuan gave him the answer, and the ever-freeze domain began to dissipate. Xuanyuan and his broken body slowly appeared in everyone's pupils. Wow! My God! Can I really believe my eyes? Fuck this young man. There were waves of disbelief and shock from all around. Just because in their sight, Xuanyuan stood proudly above the sky with his outstanding figure, and opposite him, the Yun family strongman who was originally full of vigor and confidence. At this time, only a few strong men above the supreme of the earth were left, covered in scars and blood, and supported each other with weak breath. And around them, there were countless broken limbs and arms, which were once living lives, but they followed the wrong people and were born in the wrong life, so they became like this. Only half or even a trace of the body was left, and the blood kept dripping on the ground, which looked very scary. "Chen, what's going on?" Seeing the Yun family and their group become like this, Yun Kong suppressed his anger and appeared beside Yun Chun in a flash. While asking in a cold voice, he continuously transmitted spiritual power into Yun Chen's body to help him recover from his injuries. After a long time, Yun Chen's breath eased a little. He raised his blood-stained face with difficulty, looked around painfully, and trembled as he cried to the ancestor Yun Kong beside him. "Ancestor, ancestor, the foundation of the Yun family is gone. Gone. It's all my fault. If I hadn't underestimated the enemy, they wouldn't have all been killed here." After Yun Chen tearfully told the ancestor Yun Kong everything that happened here, Yun Kong was not furious, but was ecstatic. He looked at Xuanyuan Bo with extremely hot eyes, as if he was looking at a naked beauty. After confirming with Yun Chun again and again that Xuanyuan Bo had mastered the power of the domain, Yun Kong stared at Xuanyuan Bo with a fiery gaze and said, "Little brother, you are only at the 7th level of the supreme cultivation. Why can you have a domain? Is there any trick? If you tell me, the ancestor, today you slaughtered so many powerful people in my Yun family, I swear to ride off with you and never trouble you again. How about it?" "Ancestor, this..." Yun Chun was about to say something, but the next moment he was forced back by Yun Kong's murderous gaze. At this moment, Yun Chen was supported by a member of the Yun family. Instantly understood, the ancestor Yun Kong only wanted to get Xuanyuan's method of how to condense the domain before the semi-saint. Nothing can shake his current determination. Thinking about it, Yun Kong has already reached the current point. If he does not go further, there is no possibility of survival. Yun Kong will naturally choose to survive between life and death. At this time, Xuanyuan said softly, "You are still a semi-saint, and you speak like a fool. If there is really such a secret book of skills, then the saints of the Central Star will be everywhere, and there will be so many semi-saints who can't take that step until death. Even if there is, will I give it to you easily? You are so old, and the questions you ask are as childish as those of a 3-year-old child." Facing Xuanyuan's sarcasm, Yun Kong's face was a little gloomy, but he still suppressed his anger and asked again, "Since there is no so-called method to condense a domain in advance, how did you get your domain?" "Of course it depends on my own talent, otherwise how do you think it came from?" "Depending on what you think is the secret manual of the technique?" Xuanyuan, who was opposite Yun Kong, chuckled and replied playfully, "Since you don't intend to tell me, then I will search for it myself." Yun Kong definitely didn't believe Xuanyuan's words. After all, in his cognition, no genius had a domain before he became a semi-saint. Of course, this was also because he had never left the Northern Territory from beginning to end, and although there were geniuses of the Imperial clan in other regions who could do it, it was not something that a small native of the Northern Territory like him could know. As he said this, Yun Chen bent his fingers into claws, and the gray-brown energy spread all over his hands, and he attacked Xuanyuan Dai like lightning. Seeing Yun Kong coming towards him fiercely, Xuanyuan's face straightened, not daring to have the slightest contempt. Saint Realm masters the power of law, and although the semi-saint has only half a foot in it, a semi-saint is at least equivalent to 10 heavenly supremes. The gap between them can be imagined. At this moment, Xuanyuan clenched his fist with one hand, and amazing energy spread over his fist, facing Yun Kong's claws head-on. Bang! The collision of flesh and energy shook the mountains and rivers and destroyed everything. The violent air wave spread from the center of the collision between the two to Shizhou. Yun Chen saw this scene and forgot the pain of the extinction of his clan for a short time, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As long as the ancestor took action, Xuanyuan would definitely be captured. On the other side, Jin Xin was suppressing the Yun family's supreme 7th-level strongman. He looked in good condition, with only a few small scars on his body. The opponent's state was a bit shocking. His breath was weak, his face was black and blue, and he kept coughing up blood. It seemed that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Jin Xin saw Xuanyuan Bo fighting with the semi-saint Yun Kong, and his face was slightly condensed. He knew the gap between the semi-saint and the supreme realm, and was a little worried that Xuanyuan Bo was not his opponent. Although he had great confidence in Xuanyuan, if he was defeated by the opponent unexpectedly, all their previous arrangements would be in vain. Boom! The center where countless hot eyes gathered suddenly erupted again with a loud noise, and then a figure flew out backwards. After the figure stabilized, Xuanyuan's face was immediately revealed, but at this moment his figure looked a little embarrassed, and his long ice-blue hair became a little messy because of this fierce collision, which was very inconsistent with his usual calm and strategizing appearance. Boy, do you know the gap between you and me? I just made a slight move, which is already your limit. What can you use to fight me? Tell me what you know, and I can save you from the pain of soul-searching. After the attack, Yunkong stood with his hands behind his back, calmly watching Xuanyuan, who was in a somewhat embarrassed state, and admonished him in a cold voice. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Xuanyuan spit out a mouthful of saliva with a little red and said in a cold voice. What Yunkong said was right. The gap between the two sides was indeed very large. Just now, it was just a tentative collision, which made Xuanyuan's blood surge and could not calm down for a long time. After all, the gap between their realms was too big. Xuanyuan was only the strength of the 7th level of the Supreme. He took the attack of a semi-saint strongman without suffering any damage, but his blood surged, which was already very remarkable. However, this is the effect that Xuanyuan wanted now. When he was in the inner world of Xuanyuan, his second grandfather once told him that no matter it was the Ice Emperor Han Yin in the previous life or the Xuanyuan Shi in this life, they had been too smooth along the way and had not experienced any twists and turns. Although this was good, it also had hidden dangers and could easily lead to blind self-confidence. A setback might be an epic disaster, or they would never recover from it. This was the case with Han Yin in the previous life. Han Yin was too confident, so although he noticed something, he did not take it too seriously, which led to the fate of reincarnation. With the experience of the previous life and the teachings of the predecessors in this life, Xuanyuan naturally would not make the same mistake again. This time was a good opportunity for him to hone himself between life and death. Therefore, even though he knew that he was not Yunkong's opponent at the moment, he still stood here and confronted him head-on. He wanted Yunkong to put some pressure on him so that he could hone himself. You're quite tough. I want to see how long you can hold on. Yunkong snorted coldly, and the terrifying energy was still gathering on his body. He attacked again, and his figure flashed. The next moment, he appeared in front of Xuanyuan LV and slapped out with a palm with a fierce and mighty momentum. Xuanyuan Lu was shocked. The opponent attacked too quickly. Such a sudden attack made it impossible for him to defend. He could only choose to resist this attack. With this in mind, Xuanyuan LV swung his fist to meet the enemy. But after all, this was a hasty meeting, and the result was predictable. With a muffled groan, Xuanyuan Lu's figure retreated an unknown number of steps in the opposite direction, and it took a lot of effort to stop. Boss! Seeing Xuanyuan Lu flying backwards again, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth at this moment, Jin Xan exclaimed with a graceful look on his face. On the other side, Yun Chun was full of joy, and he kept muttering vicious curses such as, "That's it, beat him to death, torture him. Everything goes according to the original plan. You quickly deal with the enemy in front of you, and wait for my notice." Lifting his sleeves to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xuanyuan said to Jin Xan, "Okay." Seeing that Xuanyuan could still say something to him at this time, it seemed that the problem was not big, and Jin Xan's heart was finally put down. Turning around slightly, he smiled grimly at the Yun family strongman in front of him, and waved the sledgehammer to attack more fiercely. Since the boss has spoken, he must do it honestly. On the other side, Xuanyuan fought with Yunkong again at this moment. An ice sword was in Xuanyuan's hand, and he used it to the fullest. A series of dazzling sword beams kept greeting Yunkong, but it was impossible to hurt Yunkong. Yunkong seemed to want to play with Xuanyuan Bo and didn't want to end the battle so quickly, so he was passively defending and didn't organize an attack. He wanted to see where Xuanyuan Bo's limit was. Xuanyuan Bo's talent and physical fitness had already made him think of refining Xuanyuan Bo into a magic iron puppet. Watching Xuanyuan Bo and Yunkong fighting back and forth, Yunshin on the side shouted loudly to the two people fighting above in order to avoid complications. Ancestor, this kid is cunning and cruel. Don't fall for his trick. It's better to capture him as soon as possible and search his soul. Hearing Yunshin's voice, Yunkong felt that it made sense. Then, he looked at Xuanyuan Bo, who was coming to kill him again, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boy, I won't play with you anymore. The game between us is over. Hurry up and enjoy the last beauty in this world. After this move, you will never have another chance. A ball of black energy condensed in Yunkong's hand, and an extremely terrifying aura condensed on it. Although it has not been released yet, everyone can feel that no one present can withstand this blow head-on. Whoosh! After Yunkong's voice fell, the energy in his hand carried an extremely sharp gust of wind and blasted towards Xuanyuan. Seeing this, Xuanyuan immediately took a defensive posture. Return Ice Mirror. An extremely heavy ice mirror that exuded extreme cold power instantly appeared in front of Xuanyuan, and the light and shadows on the smooth ice surface were constantly distorted. At the same time, Xuanyuan shouted to Jin Xin on the side. Jin Xin, immediately deal with the enemy and retreat. You are still thinking of escaping in front of me. It's just wishful thinking. You better take care of yourself first. Hearing Xuanyuan Jie's shout, Yunkong sneered and said mockingly, Boom! The terrifying energy emitted by Yun Qin instantly collided with Xuanyuan Jie's ice mirror, and huge energy fluctuations instantly swept the world. Click, click! In just the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the ice mirror. Xuanyuan Jie's retracing ice mirror can devour the opponent's attack and bounce it back, but the energy power of Yunkong is too huge. The ice mirror cannot bear this huge energy. In just a moment, it has already reached its own level, the limit that can be tolerated. Click, 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 as the crisp cracking sound became louder and louder, and seeing that the ice mirror was about to break, Xuanyuan Gao made a thought, built a space wormhole around him, and drilled directly into it. At the same time, a wormhole also appeared next to Jin Xin, and Jin Xin grinned when he saw it. Thunder! The two hammers bloomed with supreme divine light, and terrifying energy gathered on the hammers, and they suddenly hit the person from the Yun family. Ah! A shrill scream sounded instantly. Although the strong man from the Yun family had tried his best to defend himself, he still couldn't escape, and blood spilled across the sky in an instant. At this point, among the powerful men brought by the Yun family, only a few heavenly sovereigns and earthly sovereigns who were covered in scars were left. Such a strong person from the Yun family is simply vulnerable. Young master, I can come when I want and leave when I want. I am very happy to kill today. I will take the first step. After killing this strong man from the Yun family, Jin Xin laughed at him and instantly got into the wormhole. Other side, after Xuanyuan got into the wormhole, the ice mirror shattered instantly, and huge energy passed through the ice mirror. But in the end, it was in vain. Xuanyuan Jie was no longer there. At this time, Yunkong was dumbfounded. I didn't expect that Xuanyuan Jie had such a method. If you attack someone and then run away, how can you do this? But the more Xuanyuan behaves like this, the more interested Yunkong becomes in Xuanyuan. He knew that Xuanyuan must be prepared when he chose to appear in their sights this time, and there would definitely be a conspiracy ahead that could threaten him. So, after quietly sending a message, Yunkong looked in another direction, and he could feel the aura left on Xuanyuan Jie's body in that direction. It's not that easy to run away. Yunkong sneered, waved one hand, and opened a crack in space, subconsciously trying to get in. Just after half of his body stepped into the space crack, he seemed to think of something again. He stretched out his hand, and a burst of energy poured into Yun Qin's mind. Then he said to Yun Qin below, Your current situation is not suitable for rushing through the space cracks. This is the direction of that kid. You guys should follow slowly. Yes. After saying that, Yun Kong instantly got into the crack in space and disappeared without a trace. Yun Chun felt the direction of the aura in his mind, carrying the few remaining strong men of the Yun family and flying in a certain direction. As everyone left, Huangying town instantly fell into chaos. Countless people poured into the Qi family's mansion, robbing treasures and killing people when they saw them, as if they were venting their anger at being oppressed by the Qi family for a long time. All the strong men of the Qi family have fallen, and now is the best time for the major forces in Huangying town to clean up and divide their territory. At the same time, there are also those who are brave enough to do good deeds. With a roll of their eyes, they explain some things and then follow the footsteps of the Yun family. They want to see how this huge battle will end. Buried in the Holy Valley, it was originally an inconspicuous little valley with no name. But because a powerful semi-saint was about to die here, the name Buried Sacred Valley came into being. In the sky, two dark wormholes suddenly appeared, and then the figures of Xuanyuan Bo and Jean Exen flew out of them. After closing his eyes and looking around in his huge soul, he made sure that there was nothing wrong with the previous arrangement. Xuanyuan said, Jean Exen, it will be more dangerous later, and I may not have time to look after you, so you should go into the secret realm of time first. If anything happens, I'll have no problem escaping, but if I take you with me, it might not be so easy. Jean Exen also knew the powerful relationship between this, and said with a serious face, Boss, I understand. Sudden, a ray of light flashed on Jean Exen's hand, and an exquisite jade sword appeared in his hand. Boss, this is a forbidden weapon that contains a powerful blow from a semi-saint. Take it, it might be useful. You should keep this. How can I not have a trump card? I just don't want to waste it on a half-saint. Xuanyuan Jie stretched out his hand, closed Jean Exen's chubby hand, and said slowly, Okay, that old guy is here. Don't resist. I'll take you to the secret realm of time. Jean Exen wanted to say something else, but Xuanyuan Bo seemed to have noticed something and interrupted him directly, saying in a deep voice, Good. Xuanyuan Jiao waved his hand, and a ray of light flashed, and Jean Exen disappeared instantly and appeared in the space of the secret realm of time. The world in front of him was spinning, and Jean Exen instantly appeared in the secret realm of time. He was so amazed that he looked around for a while. Jean Exen focused his attention on the green light cocoon formed by the condensed clouds above his head. Feeling the huge energy contained in it, Jean Exen muttered to himself, It seems that Yunli's strength will surely improve by leaps and bounds after this time. No, I have to work hard too. I can't be surpassed by Yunli. That would be too embarrassing. Find a place near Yunli to sit down. After the battle, just now, Jean Exen has some new understanding of himself and needs to calm down and settle down. Maybe he can take this opportunity to go further. Following Xuanyuan's side, he feels a huge pressure and must speed up the improvement of his own strength. Outside world. After Jean Exen was sent into the secret realm of time by Xuanyuan's side, a space crack appeared in the sky instantly, and then Yun Kong stepped out of it. Looking at the only figure of Xuanyuan's side below, Yun Kong frowned slightly, but didn't care much. After all, his target was only Xuanyuan's side. It didn't matter whether the others were there or not. He didn't worry that Xuanyuan's side sent the other party out to ask people to come to support them. After all, the other party could take out the fun card, so he must have a background. But he remained unmoved, because he also had a backup plan. Suddenly, Yun Kong seemed to have noticed something, and sneered at Xuanyuan, who was standing below with a calm face. Boy, you don't think you can deal with this saint with these few broken formations below, right? Xuanyuan was not surprised that Yun Kong saw through the formations here in an instant. After all, the other party was a semi-saint who had lived for countless years, and this little trick could naturally not be hidden from the other party. Since you are not afraid, then come down, Xuanyuan sneered. Seeing Xuanyuan's appearance, Yun Kong was about to move, but suddenly remembered Yun Chen's previous warning and stopped. Xuanyuan was cunning, and now he was so calm and composed, he must have some support or conspiracy. Ha, little thing, You wanted to go down so much, you must have some conspiracy. But today I will let you know that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are futile. Hearing Yun Kong's arrogant words, Xuanyuan Yin smiled and stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. He said lightly, "Since you are so confident, please enter this game and see if your strength can break the game. Umph. Today, I will let you see where my confidence comes from." Fifth brother. Suddenly, Yun Kong chuckled and actually waved people. Such an unexpected change made Xuanyuan Yin a little bit amused, and at the same time, he became more cautious. Those who can be called fifth brother by a semi-saint are at least at this level, or even stronger. If it is a semi-saint, Xuanyuan Yin has the confidence to keep him here, but if there is another one, it is hard to say. "You old six, I was wondering why you were willing to tell me such important news. It turns out that you were waiting for me here." At this time, a low voice suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Another figure in black robes appeared silently above the sky, exuding a strange and powerful aura. This is the fifth elder of the northern region of the Tianjiao cult, whose strength is also in the semi-saint realm. Seeing the newcomer, Yun Kong chuckled and said, "Fifth brother, this kid is really very cunning. All the arrangements of my Yun family in Yunshao City were destroyed because of him. Now, he stands here so calmly and invites me to go down. There must be some conspiracy. For safety reasons, I asked fifth brother to help me hold the line. I will go down to test the depth. If everything goes well, I am willing to share the method of condensing the domain with fifth brother." Hearing the word domain, the eyes of the fifth elder of the northern region of the Tianjiao cult, who was shrouded in a black robe, burst into amazing divine light, full of scorching meaning. However, he soon suppressed it. He asked uncertainly, "You mean I watch here, you go to test the other party? If there is a fraud, we will crack it together, and after capturing this person, we will share his memory and cultivation method, right?" "That's right." Yun Kong nodded. "Okay, let's do it." After getting Yun Kong's affirmation, the five elders of the Tianjiao cult agreed without any hesitation. After all, this action is beneficial to them without any harm. They can reap the fruits without taking action themselves. Even if they need to take action, they can help if they can, and they can help if they can't. The conversation between the two was not hidden, so Xuanyuan Yu below could also hear it. After learning the content of the conversation between the two, Xuanyuan Yu smiled secretly in his heart. This Yun Kong is really a genius. He can actually come up with such a method. Isn't this exactly what I want? If two half-saints come in and attack at the same time, they may really be able to break my ninth killing array. But if there is one person inside and one outside, no matter how much time they have, they will never be able to break it. While laughing in his heart, Xuanyuan Yu pretended to be terrified and deliberately mocked. "You old man, you talk so powerful, but who knew you actually called people? You are so shameless." Seeing Xuanyuan Yu showing such a frightened look because of the appearance of the five elders of the Tianjiao cult, Yun Kong subconsciously confirmed his guess in his heart. Xuanyuan Yu's method must be effective only against one person. If there is another half-saint, then his method will be broken. The idea has been there since then. Yun Kong smiled grimly. The terrifying energy in his hand gathered, and his body moved, swooping towards Xuanyuan Yu with a fierce momentum. As he dived, several killing arrays appeared in the void and blocked him, but they were buried by the terrifying energy around him in an instant. Yun Kong knew that this was just a means for Xuanyuan to confuse him. The real means would definitely not be so weak. Seeing this, Xuanyuan condensed an ice mirror to block in front of him. It seemed that he wanted to resist the opponent's attack, but in fact it was to cover up the joy on his face. When Yun Kong dived down and approached Xuanyuan's expected position, Xuanyuan instantly put away the ice mirror, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This change really made Yunshin stunned. Immediately afterwards, a red light flashed in Xuanyuan's hand, and a broken animal skin array horn with an ancient killing intent appeared in his hand, driven by Xuanyuan's energy. Boom! The animal skin array horn suddenly burst out with an amazing energy, instantly knocking Yun Kong out. Then the corner of the array slowly rose into the air, and blood-colored array patterns overflowed from the corner of the animal skin array, constantly appearing above the surrounding void, forming a very solid blood-colored energy barrier. Above the sky, thunderclouds rolled, and blood-colored thunder was looming in the thunderclouds, full of the meaning of destruction and death, as if it would fall at the next moment. At the same time, the arrays that Xuanyuan and Jin Xin had buried here the day before were activated at the same time. Except for the previous killing arrays to confuse Yun Kong, the others were energy-gathering arrays that condensed energy. It was to open this broken ancient ninth killing array today and provide it with sufficient energy. When he realized something was wrong, Yun Kong had already struggled to break out, but it was too late. The space had already been blocked. At this moment, he could only shuttle within the range of the array. The array has been activated. Although it is only a broken corner of the famous ninth killing array in ancient times, it is not something that Yun Kong, a small semi-saint, can break free of. At the same time, the 5 elders of the Tianjiao cult standing outside the valley also had expressions of shock on their faces. When the animal skin array corner just appeared, he sensed a trace of dangerous breath, and there was no chance for him to react. The array had been completely activated, and Yun Kong was already trapped in it. Looking at Yun Kong, who was hitting the array barrier with all his strength, the 5 elders of Tianjiao cult also attacked with all their strength. The 2 of them attacked at the same time with tacit understanding, attacking from inside and outside, but after attacking with all their strength for a long time, they could only splash a little ripple on the energy barrier, which was not effective at all. Just as the 2 were looking for the flaws in the array, Xuanyuan's faint voice suddenly came into their ears. Don't waste your energy. This is the famous ninth killing array in ancient times. Although it is only a corner of it, even so, it is not something that you 2 half-saints can break. Ancestor of the Yun family, you should enjoy this last time. This corner of the ancient ninth killing array was obtained by Xuanyuan's signing in during the days of the Snow God Valley, and was refined by Xuanyuan during this period. However, since only one corner of this thing is a one-time item and can only kill a semi-saint, Xuanyuan Wu took it out this time. What? Hearing Xuanyuan Wu's words, Yun Kong and the 5 elders of the Tianjiao cult instantly fell in shock. The 5 elders even subconsciously stepped back a few steps away from the formation, with fear in their eyes. The ninth ancient killing formation? How could you have such a rare and terrifying thing? Yun Kong turned around and looked at Xuanyuan Wu, who was sitting in the valley, leisurely and comfortable, hysterically, and asked loudly, That's not a problem for you. I naturally have my own means. Didn't Patriarch Yun say that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are futile? Yes. Do you think this conspiracy is pleasing to you? Xuanyuan Wu laughed and teased. Yun Kong suddenly fell silent, and at this moment, he didn't care about talking nonsense with Xuanyuan Wu. He just wanted to survive this killing array. The thunderclouds in the sky were too terrifying, and the looming blood-colored thunder made him feel palpitating. Just when he was struggling to escape, seeing Xuanyuan Bo's leisurely face below, he asked coldly, Boy, have you forgotten that you are also in this ninth killing array? As far as I know, once the top 10 killing arrays in ancient times are activated, even the casters cannot leave. Aren't you afraid of the blood thunder above your head? You are really getting confused at your age. This ninth killing array has been refined by me a long time ago. How could it attack me? Xuanyuan Bo sneered. The system must be a masterpiece. How could the array corner he refined attack him himself? Hearing Xuanyuan Bo's words, a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the ancestor of the Yun family, and a flash of joy flashed in his eyes, as if he had thought of a countermeasure. Since this formation won't attack you, it's easy. As long as I fight you closely or capture you, this formation will naturally fall apart for me. Yun Kong smiled grimly and rushed towards Xuanyuan. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan was stunned. He didn't expect that Yun Kong, this old man, would come up with such a method. But he has the talent of Space Wormhole, and Yun Chun can't catch him at all. He didn't take Yun Kong's words to heart. What's more, he still has the final trump card. Glancing at the thunderclouds in the sky, he realized that its power was not at its peak, and it was not the time to use it. After all, the formation had just been opened, and the energy was not full, resulting in the current blood thunder not causing much damage to Yun Kong. After a moment of daze, Xuanyuan slowly relaxed his brows, facing the rushing Yun Kong, with a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. Since it's not the right time yet, let's fight. I just want to see what level my true strength is at. Xuanyuan Wu waved his hand, and an ice sword condensed in his hand, flashing with cold light. Waving the light ice sword in his hand, Xuanyuan Wu couldn't help but think of the Emperor's sword in his previous life. According to Uncle Lai, in the last battle, his Emperor's sword collapsed, and the weapon's spirit didn't know whether it dissipated or fell asleep. The broken hilt fell in a valley in the central region, which seemed to have turned into a restricted area. If there is a chance, Xuanyuan will definitely go to that place to take a look. It is naturally not possible to rely on energy to condense the ice sword every time. Shaking his head, he removed these messy thoughts. Ice meteorite. Waving the ice sword in his hand, Xuanyuan Wu shouted coldly, and a dazzling sword light was emitted, and at the same time his figure rushed towards Yun Kong. Is he crazy? Outside the killing array, the fifth elder in a safe area muttered to himself. The fifth elder was very puzzled. Xuanyuan Yu was only at the 7th level of the Supreme. In this situation, he did not choose to avoid Yun Kong, but instead faced him head-on. What else could he do if not crazy? Outsiders thought so, and the thoughts of the parties involved could be imagined. Although Yun Kong was shocked, he showed a happy expression on his face. Xuanyuan Yu acted so recklessly. As long as he was captured, he might be able to escape from danger before the strong men in the sect arrived. Their Tianjia sect also had real saints in the Northern Territory. It was just that the distance was far apart. The moment he learned that he was trapped in the 9th Ancient Killing Formation, he sent a message to the Deputy Hall Master and explained some of Xuanyuan Yu's situation, including the domain. The deputy leader also made a decision in an instant to come to support him. But after all, it was too far away. The Northern Territory was very large, and even if the other party rushed at full speed, it would take a long time. So, now the longer the delay, the more beneficial it would be for him. Boom! Xuanyuan Yu and Yun Chen collided instantly. However, Xuanyuan Bo did not retreat much this time. The reason why he was so embarrassed in the 2 collisions in Huangying Town was not because of his real strength, but just for the other party to see. His strength was naturally not as he showed at that time. His combat power was at the level of Heavenly Supreme. Although the gap between Semi-Saint and Heavenly Supreme was huge, it was not so big that he could not withstand a single blow. Yinshin also noticed something wrong. Thinking of Xuanyuan Bo's performance before, he said angrily, "So this is your real strength? You acted like that before to lure me into the formation. You just found out? It's a pity that you have already entered the game. From the moment you left that breath on me, your death is doomed." Xuanyuan Bo replied coldly. Yun Kong's pupil shrank. He didn't expect Xuanyuan Bo to find out what he had done to him early. He could obviously eliminate that breath, but he didn't do it. He used a trick to let him enter the current crisis. Good tricks? Really good tricks. I really want to crush that little girl named Yun Shang to death with my own hands. If it weren't for her, how could my Yun family provoke a monster like you? Yun Kong's tone was very cold, and even gnashed his teeth. It's a pity it's too late to say these things now. After a fight, Yun Kong tried to capture Xuanyuan Bo many times, but Xuanyuan Bo would never do as he wished. He fought desperately, and his figure was extremely ghostly, making the other party unable to catch him even though he was close at hand. Although he didn't catch Xuanyuan Bo, Yun Kong was a semi-saint after all. The aftermath of the energy caused a considerable energy impact on Xuanyuan Bo's body, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. But he didn't have the slightest fear, and even the fighting spirit in his eyes became more dazzling. Although he didn't like Yun Shintian's cult identity, the other party's strength was indeed nothing to say, a real semi-saint fighting power, without a trace of adulteration. When fighting with the opponent, he must be 10 times more alert and dare not be careless. He has been looking forward to this kind of exciting, hearty and all-out battle for a long time. It's great. Come again. Xuanyuan Wu chuckled, and his left hand condensed an ice sword again, crossed his hands, and swung the sword vigorously. A cross-shaped sword light exuded a sharp momentum and attacked Yunkong. Bang! But for Yunkong, such an attack can be annihilated with just a slight wave of his hand. Boy, are you sure that this saint dare not kill you? So you use me as a sword test stone? Yunkong used a burst of energy to offset the cross-sword light, his eyes filled with anger. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wu stopped. With a smile on his face, he said to Yunkong, "Since the ancestor of the Yun family doesn't want to fight, then you can do as you wish." No, could it be? Yunkong secretly thought that something was wrong, and Xuanyuan Ji stopped taking action, which meant that the blood thunder above his head was ready. Sure enough, the next moment, Xuanyuan Gao flew towards the sky. Yunkong subconsciously wanted to follow, but Xuanyuan Gao had already chosen to take action. Thunder falls. Xuanyuan Gao let out a light cry, pointed his sword at Yunkong, and a huge, blood-colored thunder as thick as a bucket emerged from the thundercloud. It was like a thunder snake exuding a strong power of destruction, and instantly fell on Yunkong's body. Ah! The moment the blood thunder hit him again, Yunkong let out a heart-rending scream that could not go away for a long time. After a long time, Yunkong, who had endured the blood thunder, raised his head ferociously and roared with ferocious anger. "Little beast, I want you to die." The taste of the ninth killing array blood thunder is really painful. Not only the physical pain, but also the sourness in the soul. He really didn't want to take another blow, so his figure disappeared instantly, leaving an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xuanyuan. He stretched out his hand to catch Xuanyuan, but Xuanyuan had already been prepared. When the blood thunder was sent out, he arranged a wormhole behind him. Now that the clouds were coming, he didn't panic at all and stepped back. The body sank into the wormhole, and the wormhole closed instantly. Then, at a certain location in the valley, a black hole appeared. Xuanyuan Jie's figure walked out of it, and another blood thunder fell. In this space, there is no enemy that cannot be hit by the blood thunder. No matter how hard Yunkong runs, he cannot escape the attack of the blood thunder. Ah! Yunkong's screams were heard again. The shrill screams made the fifth elders outside feel a little bit unbearable, but there was nothing they could do. He contacted the deputy leader again, but the news he received was still coming quickly, allowing Yunkong to hold on for a while longer. When the fifth elder informed Yunkong of the news, a very funny scene emerged in the ninth killing array. Yunkong chases, Xuanyuan escapes. Every time we almost come across it, every time, Yunkong would let out a miserable cry. He ran, he chased. Yunkong was heartbroken. Just when the two were in a stalemate in the ninth killing array, suddenly, there were noisy sounds from the distance in the valley. The fifth elder turned his head and took a look. I saw Yun Chen leading several strong men from the Yun family, as well as the crowd watching the excitement in Huangying town, heading towards this direction quickly. "Fifth elder, why are you here?" When he came to the sky above the valley and saw the fifth elder standing on the side, Yun Chen exclaimed before the fifth elder could reply. Yun Chen again noticed the ancestors Yunkong and Xuanyuan Gao, who were chasing madly under the ninth killing formation in the valley. Seeing Yunkong shouting ferociously and heart-piercingly every time the blood thunder fell, Yun Chen's expression changed instantly. Subconsciously, he rushed towards the bloody barrier, wanting to help his ancestor. However, before it flew very far, it was imprisoned by a powerful energy, and at the same time, the body flew backwards involuntarily. Yun Chen exclaimed. After turning his head and seeing that the person who took action was the fifth elder of Tianjiao cult, he asked him in surprise and anxiety. "Fifth elder, what is going on? Ancestor is in danger. Why did you stop me? Why did Ancestor fall into such danger? Why was that little beast not attacked by blood thunder? Why didn't you help Ancestor?" Seeing Yun Chen's transformation into 100,000 people, the fifth elder was very upset and gave a cold shout, instantly silencing Yun Chen. "Do you think this elder doesn't want to help? If I can get in, do you need to tell me?" Do you know what kind of formation this is? This is the ninth killing formation in ancient times. Although it is only a broken corner, how can we be able to compete with it? I don't know what the origin of that kid is, but he can actually have such a terrifying trump card. After the fifth elder told the origin of the formation and some circumstances, Yun Qin's face was ashen. The deputy leader couldn't come over in a short time, and they couldn't come forward to help. The ancestor was about to be unable to hold on any longer. The large group of people in Huangning City were also talking a lot at this moment, although they didn't know what happened. But they had seen the two figures in the ninth killing array before. Oh my God! That young man actually forced a half-life expert into this situation. Oh my God! What kind of formation is this? It has such terrifying power. This is the real genius. We are not even qualified to look up at his back. Just as some people were talking, some were getting angry, and some were snickering. A loud shout resounded throughout the world. Ah! Even if I die, I will drag you with me. After hearing the news, everyone looked around and saw that Yun Kong, who was in the formation, suffered another blow of blood thunder. He couldn't bear it anymore and roared, and his whole body suddenly erupted with astonishing energy. Gray hair soared into the sky, standing on end. The blood-stained body emitted an astonishing red light from the inside out, and the aura was extremely terrifying. No, old six, stop. You can't do this. The fifth elder understood what Yun Kong wanted to do and immediately spoke to stop him. However, Yun Kong's mind was already occupied by anger at this moment, and he couldn't listen to anything anymore. Fifth brother, the younger members of our clan will have to rely on you to take care of them a little more from now on. Yun Kong's hair was disheveled at the moment. His body was covered in blood, and he looked very miserable. First, let's give an explanation to the five elders outside the battle method. After explaining some things to Yun Chun and Chuanin, Yun Kong's eyes fell on Xuanyuan Bo again. But there was indeed madness in his eyes, and Xuanyuan Jie was shocked. Are you going to blow yourself up? Facing Xuanyuan's inquiry, Yun Kong smiled ferociously, and his smile was so hysterical. Ha! That's right. Suffer death, little beast. Although I have died today, it is still worth it to be able to win over such a talented person like you. Yun Kong had already felt despair in his heart. The outside world couldn't save him, and he couldn't catch Xuanyuan Bo. If he had waited for the deputy palace master to arrive, he would have been chopped into pieces by blood thunder. Once a person loses hope, his thoughts and actions will become extremely extreme. Therefore, at this moment, Yun Kong only wants to drag Xuanyuan Qi to die together. Feeling the violent energy coming from Yun Kong's body, Xuanyuan's expression did not change at all. This is because he also has a secret realm of time. No matter how powerful Yun Kong's self-destruction is, what can the opponent do to him when he enters the secret realm of time? There are so many treasures. Do you think this is irritating or not? If you want to bury me with me, you are not qualified. Xuanyuan Bo snorted disdainfully. Suddenly, something seemed to come to mind. He said to Yun Kong, "By the way, I almost forgot that the demonic iron puppet of the Blood Wolf tribe also died in my hands. You are going to die. It is better for you to be a sensible person." Xuanyuan Bo struck again, causing Yun Kong's anger to reach its peak in an instant, igniting at the first touch. 1. Yun Kong's eyes widened with disbelief. What? Did you kill Hunshuo? But I obviously never. Before Yun Kong could finish his words, Xuanyuan just said before him, "You clearly feel the aura of a true saint from the Blood Wolf tribe, right? That's just what I deliberately left for you. The purpose is to shock you, so that you don't dare to touch that world again." Hearing Xuanyuan Jie's explanation, Yun Kong let out a loud "ah" roar, and the blood continued to drop down his face. It was because he was too angry and his face was ferocious, which caused some wounds to burst open again. "You!" Yun Kong tremblingly pointed at Xuanyuan Xiao, furious and spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Suffer. Suffer death. Blood soul." With a ferocious look on his face and a cry, Yun Kong's body instantly swelled into a ball, and a heaven-destroying aura flowed through his body. "Burst! As the last word came out of Yun Kong's mouth, his ball-like body exploded instantly, and a heaven-destroying energy storm instantly swept through the entire ninth killing array. In an instant, flying sand came out and the ground shook, as if it was the end of the world. As for the two protagonists who caused all this, one is already dead, and the other is currently drinking tea comfortably in a secret place of time with beautiful mountains and clear waters. The astonishing energy generated by Yun Kong's self-destruction did not spread out due to the ninth killing array. However, several small cracks appeared in the energy barrier of the ninth killing array. No! Ancestor! Yun Shen looked at the blurry ninth killing formation, which was covered in energy, and shouted heartbreakingly, "Once Yun Kong dies, the Yun family's future status will plummet. What a pity! A generation of genius died here, just like this." The strength of the 7th-level Supreme Master caused a strong semi-saint to self-destruct before leaving him behind. This achievement is rare in the world. No matter how rare it is, what's the use? There are no people left, so why do we need these empty names? There were also countless pitiful comments among the crowd. The 5th elder of Tianjiao sect looked at the situation in the 9th killing array with a gloomy look on his face. It's not that he was sad because of Yun Kong's death. He was sad because of Xuanyuan Gao's death. He had stopped Yun Kong from self-destructing earlier, just to let Xuanyuan Gao survive. At this moment, the 5th elder kept cursing Yun Kong secretly in his heart. Does this old man not even know the seriousness of the matter? That boy has mastered the skills or treasures of the semi-saint's former condensed domain. You will die if you die, and you have to take him with you. Don't you know the importance of this thing to our religion? My opportunity to teach was ruined by you like this. Damn it. Asking me to take care of your descendants is just a dream. After I return, I will definitely assign the most tiring and dangerous tasks to them. At the same time, the 5th elder revealed the true situation to the deputy leader who was rushing over. As expected, the other party also yelled at Yun Kong and then went home. Now that everyone is dead, there is no point in him coming back. The 5th elder was not in a hurry to leave. He wanted to wait for the energy to dissipate and the formation to be broken, then go in and search to see if Xuanyuan Gao had left anything behind. Although the self-destruction of the powerful semi-saint is enough to destroy anything in this valley, there is still a trace of luck in his heart. What if the thing Xuanyuan Gao has mastered cannot even be destroyed by the self-destruction of a powerful semi-saint? But what he never expected was, Xuanyuan Gao was not dead at all, but was living well. Time passes slowly. Finally, 2 hours later, the 9th killing array slowly dissipated. This was set up by Xuanyuan Jie in advance. After knowing that Yun Kong was going to self-destruct, he suddenly felt that this was a good opportunity. Take this opportunity to make everyone think he is dead. Then he will be less troubled in the future. At the same time, if he wants to do something to the Tianjiao sect, others will not be able to find him. Seeing that the formation slowly began to dissipate, the 5th elder was overjoyed. He thought he would have to wait for several days, but he did not expect that the formation would dissipate so quickly. It seems that the person who set up the formation died, which caused the formation to begin to dissolve and dissipate so quickly. The 5th elder whispered softly, then waved his hand, and a strong wind blew away the fog in front of him. Suddenly, and because Yun Kong self-destructed, the valley was gone, leaving only a bottomless pit, and the devastated scenery instantly came into everyone's eyes. With no time to pay attention to the mess, the 5th elder took the lead and rushed into the pit. His huge spiritual thoughts carefully searched every place, leaving no gaps. As time passed slowly, the face of the 5th elder became more and more gloomy. Except for the bottomless pit and the scorched earth all over the ground, nothing useful was left. Asshole! Asshole! The 5th elder stood there angrily and stamped his feet. Those who didn't know thought he was sad because of the death of the 6th elder. In fact, he had already greeted all the 6th ancestors and 18 generations in his heart. He looked at Yun Chun and others aside with great dissatisfaction. Asked, "Your ancestor asked me to take care of you before he died. What are your plans now?" Fifth Elder, I plan to start from scratch and revive the Yun family. Okay, you choose the position. Just tell me when you are done. I will help you solve the tasks that the Yun family should receive first. When you are stable, come to me. It was not easy to attack the Yun family right away, so the Fifth Elder had no choice but to temporarily appease the other party, and then take action against the Yun family later. Thank you, Fifth Elder. Yun Chen didn't know what the Fifth Elder was thinking at this moment, so he bowed respectfully to the Fifth Elder. Then what should we do with these people? Yun Chen turned slightly sideways and looked at the crowds of people in Huangying town who were already preparing to leave one after another. Knowing too much is not a good thing. The Fifth Elder, who was already in anger, said a cold word, tore the space apart, and disappeared in an instant. Yun Chen immediately understood what the Fifth Elder meant. With a glance at the powerful family members around him, the other party immediately set off and rushed into the crowd, just like a hungry wolf charging into a flock of sheep, killing them wantonly. Although they had been injured before, after all, they were all powerful men above the Earth Supreme. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse. Dealing with these Nirvana Supremes in Huangying town was still as easy as picking something out of a bag. Soon, screams echoed throughout the world. Asshole, why are you so cruel? We didn't provoke you. After resisting Yun Shun's blow, a supreme powerhouse coughed up blood and roared angrily, expressing the aspirations of countless people. Hearing the sound, Yun Shun sneered and said, "You seem to have forgotten our identity? Why does the evil sect need a reason to do things? You know too much, and it's not a good thing for you. You'd better go to hell and regret it." After saying that, Yun Shun struck out forcefully, as fast as lightning, with gray-black energy in his hand. The blow directly penetrated the man's chest. When he took it out again, he was already holding a red heart in his hand. Ah! Having lost his heart, the man wailed in pain, his life flowing away quickly, and he fell back with regret and unwillingness in his eyes, muttering, "I regret so much." Without looking at the dead Supreme, Yun Chen stared at the red heart in his hand. A flash of blood flashed in his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he made an astonishing move. He actually melted the blood red and even slightly beating heart into a stream of blood-colored energy and swallowed it in his mouth. The ancestor could break through the shackles in this way, so I can do the same. After swallowing the heart, Yun Chun whispered softly. At the same time, he started to practice the last technique that the ancestor Yun Kong gave him. As he practiced the technique to refine the heart, Yun Chen's body was filled with blood-colored mist, and at the same time, the injuries he had suffered before were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feeling the wonderful breath coming from his body, Yun Chen closed his eyes in enjoyment. When his eyes opened again, the dark and deep eyes turned into a bloody and weird red at this moment. This feeling is really wonderful. No wonder the ancestor said that it cannot be used easily, otherwise it will become a body that only knows how to kill without intelligence. After he broke through the semi-saint, he closed his eyes for hundreds of years to temporarily suppress the evil thoughts. The Yun family needs a new semi-saint to stand up, otherwise the divine religion will not pay attention to my Yun family. So, Yun Chen looked at the crowd fleeing madly everywhere again, with murderous intent in his eyes. The killing continued, and because of Yun Chen, it was even more bloody and brutal. Soon, there were fewer and fewer people. At this moment, a roar sounded, followed by a huge explosion that resounded in the sky. Even if I explode, I will never die in your hands. You want to silence us and block the news. Dream on? The news has been sent back before, and everything that happened here will soon be spread out. With this man's self-explosion, countless people immediately followed suit. They also tried to escape, but how could they escape the pursuit of the Yun family's strong men? In addition, seeing Yun Chen's terrifying practice method, they also gave up. Even if they died, they didn't want Yun Chen to harm their bodies. Boom, boom, boom. Although the self-explosions of the Nirvana realm and the newly entered Supreme realm were not powerful enough to cause any harm to Yun Shun and others, they were more numerous. So Yun Shun and others stood in place and watched their bodies swell and then explode into ashes. After only the Yun family was left in this world, Yunchen stretched out his hand and lightly tapped, and several streams of light flowed into the minds of the elders of the Yun family. After receiving the information, many elders were shocked. At the same time, they also understood Yunchen's actions just now. Then, Yunchen said in a grim tone, "Elders, listen to my order. Since Huangying Town has passed on the news, it must pay a price for it. Gather all the remaining members of the clan and go to Huangying Town together. This clan leader wants to sacrifice blood to Huangying Town to improve their strength and change their bones. Since things have developed to this point, this clan leader will not care about anything. If you want to do it, you must do it thoroughly." Hearing Yunchen's cold and ruthless order, several elders were slightly shocked in their hearts. But thinking of the current situation of the Yun family, they all replied very respectfully, "Yes." Xuanyuan Bo, who was in the secret realm of time, didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He also didn't know that Huangying Town was about to face a crisis. He was injured in the collision and entanglement with Yun Kong this time and needed to recuperate. And Jin Xian seemed to have touched the threshold of breaking through the realm, and his aura was constantly increasing. He wanted to stay here and watch to prevent the other party from breaking through and causing any changes. After all, Yunli was still by his side, and it would be bad if both of them were affected, so they didn't plan to go out soon. Another thing was that Xuanyuan Bo was worried that the other party would stay here to guard, so he thought about staying in this secret realm of time for 2 months before going out. According to the current flow rate ratio of the secret realm of time, 2 months in the outside world would only pass 6 days. Even if the other party had some doubts, he would definitely not wait here for so long. Time passed slowly like this. 6 days in the outside world passed in a flash, and 2 months in the secret realm of time had passed. Xuanyuan Bo sat on the ice throne, quietly looking in the direction of Jin Xian. At this moment, Jin Xian's body was full of golden rays of light, and his aura was extremely strong. It had been a long time since Jin Xian began to break through, but at this moment his brows were sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. Xuanyuan knew that this was Jin Xian's attack on the last realm barrier. Judging from his face, it might be that he didn't have enough energy, or he was still missing a little help. Thinking of this, reaching out and tapping lightly, a drop of thunder tribulation liquid flew out of Xuanyuan's hand and flew straight out of Jin Xian's mouth. Although the thunder tribulation liquid has no help in the bones of the supreme realm, the energy it contains is indeed not to be underestimated. Sure enough, not long after the thunder tribulation liquid was sent into Jin Xian's mouth, a dull sound came from Jin Xian's body, and then Jin Xian's aura suddenly rose a level, and a strong air wave spread out from Jin Xian as the center to the surroundings. Jin Xian slowly opened his eyes, and his golden pupils were filled with joy. "Finally, I broke through. Supreme level 5. He clenched his fists, felt the majestic spiritual energy flowing through his body, and smiled contentedly. Standing up, Jin Xian walked straight to Xuanyuan's side and thanked him. "Thank you, boss. If it weren't for the energy blessing you gave me, I'm afraid all my efforts would have been wasted this time." Although he was breaking through, his consciousness remained clear, and he was naturally aware of Xuanyuan's help to him. "Okay, it's good to break through. Let's not talk about this." Xuanyuan came down from the Ice Emperor's throne and patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Then he looked in the direction of Yun Li and whispered, "Looking at Yun Li's appearance, she may not wake up in a short time, so don't wait for her. 6 days have passed in the outside world, and we should go out too." "Okay. By the way, boss, how did the old man of the Yun family end up?" After responding, Jin Xian suddenly asked with great interest. "That guy blew himself up and wanted to drag me to be buried with him. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. That old guy could never have imagined that you, boss, actually have a rare space secret realm like the space-time secret realm." Jin Xian laughed after learning the cause of Yun Kong's death. Xuanyuan Bo waved his hand, and the two disappeared in the space-time secret realm. The moment they appeared in the Saint Burial Pit, a space wormhole suddenly appeared, instantly wrapped them up, and teleported them to an unknown number of miles outside the Saint Burial Valley. After walking out of the wormhole again, Jean Xian asked curiously, "Boss, isn't that old guy dead? Why are you still so cautious?" That guy called another half-saint of the heavenly evil cult. When Xuanyuan Bo told Jean Xian about the situation, Jean Xian immediately looked around carefully, looking very funny. "No need to look. I have scanned it with my divine sense, and there is nothing unusual." Seeing Jean Xian's appearance, Xuanyuan Bo said unhappily, "Oh, since everything here is almost done, where should we go next? Should we leave the Northern Territory?" Jean Xian asked again. Xuanyuan Wu waved his hand and said, "No hurry. I usually won't come back to the Northern Territory. Before leaving, go around all the forbidden areas that can be visited now. Dangerous places are often accompanied by opportunities, and the more dangerous the place, the higher the value of the things signed in by the system. Since he will rarely return to the Northern Territory in the future, Xuanyuan Wu will naturally enter all the forbidden areas that can be entered now, so that it will not be in vain." "What? Boss, you still want to go to the forbidden area? What is so attractive about the forbidden area that makes you so yearning?" Jean Xian looked at him in shock when he heard Xuanyuan Wu's words. "I have my own plan." Seeing that Xuanyuan Wu had made up his mind, Jean Xian did not ask any more questions. After all, according to Xuanyuan Wu's opinion, perhaps there really is something unexpected in the forbidden area. The two did not go back to the buried Holy Valley. As we all know, suspects always return to the scene of the crime to inspect. But are Xuanyuan Jie and Jean Xian suspects? No, he is a victim. After all, everyone who saw Yinkong's self-explosion already thought Xuanyuan Jie was dead. After Xuanyuan Jie and the others flew in one direction for a while, they passed a small town, and Jean Xian suggested to go down to rest. Xuanyuan Jie nodded slightly. Anyway, there was nothing to do at this time, so he could sit down and think about where to go. Walked into a restaurant in the town. Just after sitting down, the drinks had not come up yet, and suddenly, the conversation at the next table instantly attracted the thoughts of Xuanyuan Jie and Jean Xian. "Have you heard that almost all the forces in Huangying town were massacred 3 days ago?" "What? Is the news true? Aren't you talking nonsense? Do I dare to joke about such a thing? Hiss. Isn't Huangying town a town with nearly 10,000 people? How could it be massacred? Who did it so cruelly?" According to the information I got, this was done by the Yun family in Yunshao City who joined the Tianjia cult. It seems that their semi-saint ancestor died together with a 7th-level supreme genius. The Yun family went completely crazy and set up a blood sacrifice formation in Huangying town to enhance the strength of the clan. Fuck. The 7th-level supreme genius can actually replace a semi-saint strongman. This is also too fierce. Then, what is the current situation of Huangying town? It is said that Huangying town was not destined to die. When half of the Yun family was slaughtered, it happened to meet a group of Qingfeng sword sects Tianzas and elders and clansmen who returned to Huangying town to worship their ancestors. After discovering the Yun family's inhumane behavior, they immediately gathered people and fought with the Yun family's strongmen. It is said that they held on for a long time. Qingfeng sword sect has many forces from Yunshao City and severely injured the Yun family's strongmen. Now its clan leader Yun Shun and several elders are still on the road to escape. At this time, the voice of the waiter suddenly sounded beside them. "Waiter, your wine." "Hey, where are the people? Have you seen the guests at this table again?" Several people turned their heads to look in the direction pointed by the waiter. That was the place where Xuanyuan and Jean Xian had just sat, but now that place was empty. Not sure. Everyone shook their heads and came back to their senses and chatted freely again. Above the sky, at this moment, 2 figures are flying fast. "Boss, I didn't expect that the Yun family would be so cruel that they would set up a blood sacrifice formation for a town of 10,000 people. I will contact the Wanbao Pavilion in Yunshao City now to confirm whether the news is true." Jean Xian turned his head and looked at Xuanyuan Yu, whose face was very ugly. "I should have killed him at that time," Xuanyuan Yu said hatefully. "Boss, this is not your fault. Who would have thought that they would do such a thing and retaliate so quickly? Let's go back to Huangying Town to find out the situation first. If the situation is true, I will definitely make sure that they will leave no bones. Xuanyuan Yu said coldly. Speed up. Okay. Soon, as the two of them were rushing at high speed, the outline of Huangying Town gradually appeared in their eyes. Even though they were still a long way from Huangying Town at this moment, Xuanyuan Yu and the others had already smelled the strong smell of blood. How pungent that smell was! After flying for a distance again, Xuanyuan and the others stood 10,000 meters in the sky, one with runes shining in his ice-blue eyes, and the other with rosy clouds in his golden eyes. There were many familiar figures below, and they didn't want to change their shapes, so it was best to look at them from this position. These beasts! When he saw the miserable situation of corpses, blood, and wailing in Huangying Town below, Jin X roared in anger. Boss! When Jin Xian turned his eyes to Xuanyuan, he swallowed his saliva subconsciously and took back what he wanted to say. At this moment, Xuanyuan looked extremely cold and full of murderous intent. The runes in his eyes had faded, as if he didn't want to see the miserable situation below anymore. Let's go! Xuanyuan's mind moved, and a dark space wormhole instantly appeared behind the two of them. And then he took the lead in drilling in, followed by Jin Xian. After the two left, the figure of Xuanyuan, the lord of Yinshao City, suddenly rushed to this position from below. Did I sense it wrong? After looking around, he murmured in a low voice. He just felt a very familiar breath, especially like Xuanyuan's. He attaches great importance to Xuanyuan, so he is very sensitive to his breath. It seems that it is really an illusion. Yes, Yunchun himself admitted that Xuanyuan is dead. Shaking his head, Xuanyuan flew down again. When the two walked out of the wormhole again, they appeared in a sparsely populated grove. Xuanyuan did not speak, but slowly stretched out his arm, and the beast pattern flashed, and Xueshang's cute figure instantly appeared in front of him. Master, you are looking for me. Xueshang just flew out of the pet space and was about to roar happily, but after seeing Xuanyuan like this, he asked cautiously, Xueshang, I remember you said before that your blood mutation is very special and you can practice any kind of beast blood supernatural power, right? Yes, master. After hearing Xueshang's words, Xuanyuan Wu stretched out his hand, and a blood-colored jade card with a pattern of an unknown bear appeared in his hand and handed it to Xueshang. This is the blood supernatural power of the dragon demon bear. I want you to learn it and help me find a group of people. No problem, master. Xueshang said nothing and directly spit out a stream of energy to activate the jade card. After the blood-colored jade card was activated, it quickly melted into a small ball of blood and merged into Xueshang's body. Then, Xueshang was suspended in the air, exuding a mysterious aura. Xuanyuan Wu and Jin Xian stood there waiting for Xueshang to practice and help him protect the law. After a while, Xueshang's body changed, and there was a faint roar of a bear surrounding their ears. Roar! Suddenly, Xueshang opened his eyes and roared. At the same time, a huge and ferocious dragon bear shadow appeared behind Xueshang. Master, I have mastered it. If you want to find someone, you need the other person's personal belongings, or a breath will do. Xuanyuan nodded gently, stretched out his hand, and a very disgusting gray-black energy appeared in his hand. This was the breath he left on the Yun family when he fought with them before. At that time, he just wanted to keep a trace of it for research, but he never thought that there would be a day when it would be useful. As for the bloodline supernatural power of the dragon demon bear, it was only signed in a while ago. The sense of smell of the bear clan is one of the best in the world of fierce beasts. If it weren't for this situation, Xuanyuan almost forgot about this thing. Xueshang flew to the side of this gray breath and stretched out his small and delicate nose to sniff. Then, with energy surrounding his nose, Xueshang also closed his eyes and began his search. After a long time, Xueshang noticed someone with the same breath. Master, I found it. My current strength can only search within 1,000 miles, 700 miles to the north. There are 5 people with such auras moving northward at a very fast speed. Boss, that should be them. I just contacted the director of Wanbao Pavilion in Yinshao City. He said that when Yunshun and others evacuated, only 5 people were left, and each of them was seriously injured. At the same time, Jean Xian said to Xuanyuan while holding a sound transmission stone, "Since it has been confirmed, let's set off now. They are seriously injured, so now is the best opportunity to deal with them." Xuanyuan's mind moved, and a wormhole appeared. Just when he was about to get in, Jean Xian stopped him. "Boss, don't worry. Although the opponent is injured, if he has the help of elixirs, his speed will definitely not be slow. Even if we keep chasing him, I'm afraid that he will be healed by the time we catch up. Looking at you, do you have a better solution?" Xuanyuan raised his eyebrows at Jean Xian. Jean Xian smiled, and one of the 10 space rings on his hand flashed, and then a small and exquisite boat shuttle appeared in his hand. Cloud-piercing shuttle. Xuanyuan's eyes flashed. Boss is really knowledgeable. It's the cloud-piercing shuttle. I spent a lot of effort to get one from the old man. With the cloud-piercing shuttle, it won't take long to catch up with them. After all, the speed of this thing can be regarded as the top 3 transportation tools in the Central Star, but the consumption is a bit high. If it weren't for you, a little local tyrant, we might not be able to fly far even if we had this thing. Xuanyuan nodded. Jean Xian sent out a beam of energy, activating the cloud-piercing shuttle, which instantly expanded to a size of 20 meters long and 5 meters wide. Holding Shui Shang's body, Xuanyuan jumped and landed on the cloud-piercing shuttle. Jean Xian took out a large number of top-grade starstones from his space ring and placed them in a specific formation on the cloud-piercing shuttle to supply energy to the cloud-piercing shuttle. At the same time, an energy light curtain appeared around the cloud-piercing shuttle, perhaps to block the wind resistance of the high-speed flight. The next moment, the cloud-piercing shuttle instantly turned into a sharp arrow and flew towards the north at an incredible speed. If Xuanyuan hadn't known what would happen and made preparations in advance, he would have been thrown onto the energy light curtain behind the cloud-piercing shuttle by this inertia. 1 stick of incense later, in a narrow mountain stream 800 miles north of Yunshao City, Yunshun and several embarrassed figures sat on the ground gasping for breath. "Chief, we can't run anymore. How about we stop and rest for a while? No one should be able to catch up so quickly." One of the figures collapsed on the ground, as if he couldn't run anymore, and said very sleepily. Yunshun saw the tribe members like this, and after scanning the surroundings, he said softly, "Okay, let's rest for a while, but it can't be too long. I don't know why, I always have a feeling of uneasiness in my heart, as if something—" Whoosh! Yunshun's voice has not fallen yet. A huge black shadow, carrying a devastating hurricane, instantly descended on their heads. Facing the sudden appearance of the cloud-piercing shuttle, Yunshun's face was full of shock and horror. It was not because someone caught up so quickly. What shocked him was the peerless figure standing in front of the cloud-piercing shuttle. "How are you still alive? Are you a human or a ghost?" Yunshun's pupils widened, and he looked at Xuanyuan's figure in disbelief. His voice was extremely sharp and piercing. The other 4 members of the Yun family also looked at Xuanyuan in shock. They saw the ancestor Yun Kong's self-destruct, and Xuanyuan did not walk out of the range of the self-destruction. So how did Xuanyuan survive? He is a 7th-level supreme being. It is impossible for him to withstand the self-destruction of a semi-sane strongman. Facing Yunshun's questioning, Xuanyuan did not speak, but moved his footsteps lightly, stepped on the void, and looked down at Yunshun and his group below with an indifferent and cold expression. "What you did in Huangying town is intolerable and unspeakable. No one can save you today. You will pay the price for what you did." As Xuanyuan's cold voice fell, Xuanyuan stomped his feet twice, and an energy barrier spread from him to the surroundings, covering the entire mountain stream in the blink of an eye. "Boss, remember to leave their space rings to me. I suffered a huge loss in order to chase them." Jean Xian put away the cloud shuttle and said to Xuanyuan with a distressed face. Just in the short time of using the cloud shuttle, he burned nearly 10 million of his top-grade star stones. If he didn't get some blood back from the Yun family, he would lose a lot. "Don't worry, they are all yours." Seeing that Xuanyuan didn't bother to answer their questions, Yunshun was angry and knew that it was meaningless to say anything at this time, so he didn't say anything more. After a conversation, they knew their current state very well, so the five of them took out their weapons and rushed towards Xuanyuan at the same time. Seeing this, Xuanyuan sneered. If you were in your prime, you might still make me a little afraid, but now, you are no longer worthy of being my opponent. Ice Prison, Ice Shadow Black Hole, Ice Spirit Azure Dragon. Xuanyuan snorted lightly, and Yunshun and the other five who were attacking him were instantly wrapped in a huge ice cage. The cage was surrounded by rune power. Yunshun and the others attacked hard, but they could not cause any damage to the ice prison. Then, dark and deep wormholes were constructed in the ice prison. When the wormholes were constructed, 5 ice spirits azure dragons instantly flew out of the wormholes and roared towards Yunshun and the other 5. However, the wormholes had not dissipated yet, and the extremely cold energy condensed in the wormholes. Ice swords, ice spears, ice cones, ice knives, all kinds of weapons and sharp blades made of ice condensed from the wormhole emerged from the wormhole and merged into a torrent to attack Yunshun and others who were resisting the ice spirit blue dragon. The overwhelming torrent of ice blades was fierce and mighty. In almost a moment, a series of miserable screams came from the ice prison. Although Yunshun and the other 5 who were entangled with the ice spirit blue dragon had tried their best to defend themselves, they were seriously injured and were now in the relatively small space of the ice prison. Facing this huge torrent of ice blades, I couldn't stop it at all. The ice blades soon cut open wounds on my body, or the ice blades touched the location of their old injuries, causing them to scream loudly. Little beast, don't let this clan leader go out. This clan leader will definitely kill you. Unexpectedly, an arm was torn off by the ice spirit blue dragon. Yunshun covered his shoulder with one hand and continued to bleed, and roared at Xuanyuan with resentment. You don't have that chance. Facing Yunshun, who wanted to kill him, but was helpless, Xuanyuan replied coldly. Facing this helpless situation, Yunshun howled angrily to vent his dissatisfaction. His current strength is only 30% of his prime. The previous battle in Huangying town almost made him die there. He burned his blood and essence to burst out with amazing power to escape with these 4 clansmen. Even so, the elders of Qingfeng's sword sect and the personal guards of Xuanyuan in the city lord's mansion were chasing him closely, not giving him the opportunity to massacre villages and towns to restore his strength. As he thought about it, Yunshun's red pupils suddenly flashed with a strange red light. After punching back the ice spirit Songlong, he looked at the 4 clan members who were struggling to resist. Perhaps, now you can help this clan leader get out of trouble. With a hideous mutter on his face, Yunshun disappeared from the spot, and the next moment he appeared behind a clan member, with energy all over his remaining arm, and his fingers turned into claws, and he suddenly attacked. A red heart that was constantly dripping with blood and emitting heat was tightly held in Yunshun's hand. Yunshun squeezed the red heart hard, and it instantly turned into a ball of full energy that poured into Yunshun's body. With the blessing of this ball of energy, Yunshun's lost arm grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. His aura also recovered a lot. Clan leader Yu. The Yun family member who was attacked by Yunshun turned his head and saw that the person who attacked him was actually the clan leader Yunshun. He showed an incredible look in his eyes and fell down unwillingly. He couldn't believe until his death that the one who attacked him was actually the clan leader he had always trusted the most. Since you have no other options, why don't you help me one last time? I will remember you. Yunshun smiled sickly and turned his gaze to the other 3 clan members with terrified faces. Clan leader, you're possessed by a demon. Calm down. One of the clan members wanted to persuade the clan leader, but the next second, he felt a tearing pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a big hole in his chest, and his still beating heart had disappeared. This clan leader knows what he is doing. It is better to die in the hands of this clan leader than in the hands of the enemy. After hearing Yunshun's cold voice, his eyes went dark, his consciousness gradually blurred, and he was forever in the darkness. Run, the clan leader is crazy. Seeing this, the remaining two members of the Yun family shouted and fled around. But in this ice cage, how could they escape from Yun Shun, whose strength had recovered by several percent? In a moment, another one was killed by Yun Shun, and Yun Shen's strength had recovered by 60% or 70%. Seeing that Yun Shun was about to attack the last member of the Yun family, Xuanyuan moved. He was originally very happy to watch this kind of dog-eat-dog scene. Even if Yun Chen's strength would be restored, he didn't care. Xuanyuan was absolutely confident in his own strength. The reason why he took action now was because Xuanyuan Yu had thought of a better way to execute him, so he wanted to stop Yun Shun from killing him. Then, Xuanyuan Yu waved his hand, and a wormhole appeared in the depths of the Yun family member, sucking him indirectly. When he appeared again, he was already next to Xuanyuan Yu. Xuanyuan Yu kicked out with 2 feet, directly sealing his whole body's spiritual power and imprisoning him in the sky. Seeing his target being rescued by Xuanyuan Bo, Yun Shun roared, full of unwillingness. His current strength has not yet recovered to its peak. If he devoured this last tribesman, he might be able to compete with Xuanyuan Bo, but now, there is absolutely no such possibility. But the situation has developed to the point where there is still a glimmer of hope for resistance. If he does not resist, Xuanyuan Bo will definitely not let him go. This is the thought in his mind. Forbidden technique. Burning blood soul. Yun Shun roared, choosing to fight Xuanyuan Bo in a desperate way. After this roar, Yun Shen's momentum instantly returned to the peak period, and at the same time, a black and red flame instantly rose around his body, and his face was very ferocious. This was a short peak he had obtained by burning his own blood and soul and forcibly overdrawing his life. He knew that his peak state would not last long, so at the moment when the peak aura burst out, the power of his whole body instantly gathered on his palm. Evil Wind Palm. The black and red energy formed a palm that covered the sky and sun, exuding the breath of shattering mountains and rivers, and attacked the 5 ice spirit blue dragons. Boom! The energy palm that covered the sky and sun collided with the ice spirit blue dragon again, making a deafening sound. After all, the 5 ice spirit blue dragons were only condensed by Xuanyuan Bo, and they had been fighting for such a long time, so they were quickly defeated and blasted into pieces of broken ice by the giant palm and scattered between heaven and earth. Then the energy giant palm fell towards the ice cage with an unstoppable momentum, as if it wanted to break the cage in one go. Seeing this, Xuanyuan Bo chuckled. He moved. He disappeared in an instant, and the next second, he appeared in front of the energy giant palm. He just stood there quietly without any excessive movements. However, the energy palm seemed to be blocked by something powerful and could not get closer before a distance of 1 meter in front of Xuanyuan Bo. Xuanyuan Wu slightly stretched out his hand, and a stream of energy came out of his hand and rushed into Yun Chen's palm. After the energy was immersed in it, the temperature between heaven and earth dropped sharply. In Yun Chen's shocked eyes, his attack was frozen by Xuanyuan Wu. I saw an icy hand floating in front of Xuanyuan Wu, motionless. Xuanyuan Wu stepped into the void, took a step forward, stretched out his fingers, and lightly tapped the huge icy hand. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the icy hand in an instant, making a clear, shattering sound. Bang! After Xuanyuan Wu's fingers fell, the icy hand also instantly scattered into pieces of broken ice, falling down continuously. Is this all you have? If you only have this level of attack left, then you will have no chance to attack again, and you can welcome your death. With light footsteps, Xuanyuan Wu took dozens of steps forward again, overlooking Yun Shun below, with an extremely cold tone. Don't be so arrogant. This clan leader has sent a message to the elders of the Tianjia cult. If they know that you are still alive, you will be hunted forever. Yun Shun sneered, as if he thought that even if he died today, Xuanyuan Yu would soon come down to accompany him. However, Xuanyuan Yu's face did not change at all when he heard this. Jin X. After sneering at Yun Shun, Xuanyuan Yu shouted to Jin Xian in the sky. Hearing the sound, Jean Xian flew down from the sky holding the flag. Yunchen had a somewhat sneering expression, but when he saw the flag held by Jean Xian, his eyes went dark, his head felt dizzy, and he almost fainted. Space shielding flag. You? Yunchen stretched out his hand in disbelief, tremblingly pointing at Jean Xian, but he couldn't say anything. Yes, it's the space shielding flag. Aren't you curious about why the other party didn't reply to you immediately after you sent such explosive news? Jean Xian looked at Yunchen with a desperate face and said with a smile, "The space shielding flag can shield all sound transmission equipment within a radius of 10 miles. It is extremely precious, and only some major forces will use it when doing some secret things. It is rarely used in the Northern Territory." Yunchen only knew about this thing by chance, so he was able to shout out this name at the first time. As the young master of Wanbao Pavilion, Jean Xian would naturally not leave behind such a weapon for going out to kill and rob, and naturally, he would carry it with him. Xuanyuan Bo had guessed that Yunchen would do this early, so he had asked Jean Xian to prepare in advance, just for this moment. Yunchen was already desperate. The young man standing in front of him, whether in terms of strength or planning and layout, frightened him and felt that there was no need to compete anymore. The battle was doomed to end the moment Xuanyuan Bo appeared. Even if this clan leader dies, he will die in his own hands. Yunchen laughed twice at himself, and his body suddenly began to swell up, just like his ancestor Yun Kong. Xuanyuan frowned slightly when he saw this. Why do you cult members like to end your life by self-destruction these days? You can't die so easily. Jean Xian still wants your space ring. What if it explodes? Seal. Xuanyuan sent out an energy ray from his hand, and the moment it landed on Yunchen, a powerful sealing force instantly erupted on him, and the swelling of his body also stopped instantly because of this sealing force. After the body was sealed, it instantly fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. After getting up with difficulty, Yunchen raised his head unwillingly and yelled at Xuanyuan in the sky. "Why don't you let me die?" Why? You want to die so easily. But have you asked the people in Huangying town who were brutally killed by you? This young master will definitely make you suffer endless torture today. Otherwise, it will not be enough to vent this young master's anger. Thinking of the tragic scene he saw in Huangying town, before Xuanyuan said anything, Jean Xian shouted angrily, "This world is the law of the jungle." Facing Jean Xian's loud roar, Yunchen sneered and still stubborn. Anyway, he didn't plan to live, so he could say whatever he wanted. If he angered the other party, killing him would be in his favor. This world is indeed a world of the jungle, but now you are the synonym of weakness in my eyes. So next I will let you endure the most painful torture in this world. Boss, how about handing him over to me? Jean Xian roared and asked Xuanyuan. Okay, but let him breathe his last breath, and let that guy kill him later. Xuanyuan agreed immediately, and then pointed to the imprisoned elder of the Yun family in the sky and said softly, "Okay, I just don't want to dirty my hands by killing him." After agreeing casually, Jean Xian walked towards Yunchen with a calm expression, and at the same time, all the 10 space rings on his hands flashed. Countless items quietly appeared beside Jean Xian. There were medicine bottles, torture instruments, and sharp blades. Picking up a bottle of pills, Jean Xian said calmly with a blank expression, "I forgot the name of this medicine, but don't worry, it won't kill you. It will only increase the pain you suffer 100 times. And this weapon, it won't kill you. It will just make you suffer. And this..." When Jean Xian explained to Yunchen the purpose of these items, Xuanyuan was shocked, not to mention Yunchen, who was about to bear these torture instruments. He looked at Jean Xian, who was walking towards him with horror, and his body kept retreating. It's not that he didn't think about running, but his cultivation had been sealed. How could he escape? The next scene was very beautiful. Jean Xian grabbed Yunchen's neck, poured the medicine into his mouth, and then took out a piece of strange torture instrument and kept hitting Yunchen. Kill me. It hurts. It hurts so much. Kill me now." The heart-wrenching, Hoarse screams of Yun Chen continued to be heard between heaven and earth until his throat became hoarse. The scene was once so bloody and cruel that even the elders of the Yun family, who hated Yun Chen so much in the sky, did not dare to look and turn their heads away. Time passed by minute. Finally, Jean Xin finished venting, put away the torture instruments, and slowly walked toward Xuanyuan. Behind him, Yun Chen had no good flesh on his body at this moment, lying half dead on the ground, unable to shout, breathing more than exhaling, as if he was already dying. "Boss, I'm done venting, it's your turn." Xuanyuan looked at Yun Chen, who would die if touched, and said with some shame, "Forget it, I'm afraid you will die if touched. Let him come." Xuanyuan moved his mind, and the imprisoned elder of the Yun family fell down. Xuanyuan casually condensed an ice blade and threw it to him. "You go and kill him, and I can promise not to kill you. Is this true?" The elder of the Yun family took the ice blade with joy and asked carefully. "I always keep my word," Xuanyuan said coldly. "Okay, I'll go." The elder of the Yun family nodded, strode towards Yun Chen, looked at his miserable appearance, showed a fierce look, raised the ice blade and stabbed at his heart fiercely. He said fiercely, "We elders are loyal to you, but you actually took our lives as the last ray of hope. Yun Chen, you never thought that you would die in my hands in the end. As you said, it's better to die in the hands of your own family than to die in the hands of others. Go to hell." Puff! With the sound of an ice blade entering the body, Yun Chen's sinful life came to an end. Seeing that Yun Chen had been killed by the Yun family, Xuanyuan winked at Jean Xin, who understood instantly and showed a weird smile at the corner of his mouth. A golden flame whistled out from his hand and rushed towards the last person of the Yun family. The man of the Yun family noticed the sound of strong wind coming from behind, turned around, and saw the burning golden flame approaching. "You didn't keep your promise. You said you wouldn't kill me." After a cry of surprise, the elder of the Yun family was instantly burned to ashes by Jean Xion's flames, leaving only a space ring floating between heaven and earth. "The boss said he wouldn't kill you, but I didn't. The crimes you committed are unforgivable and innumerable. How can I forgive you?" Jean Xion muttered in a low voice. At this moment, Xuanyuan turned his head slightly to the distance, as if he had discovered something, and whispered, "Someone is coming. It should be the group of people who came to chase Yun Chen. Take what you should take, and let them deal with the rest." "Okay." Jean Xion's figure flashed, and after collecting all the space rings in the mountain stream, "Let's go." Xuanyuan's mind moved, and a wormhole was built in front of him. Xuanyuan stepped into it, and Jean Xion followed closely. Not long after they left, dozens of figures appeared in the distant sky. Soon, countless people descended on the mountain stream, where Yun Chen and others died. What happened? Who killed Yun Chen and others? After seeing the tragic scene here, a man wearing a green shirt and holding a 3-foot-long sword, who looked like an immortal, exclaimed, "Hiss! Is this still Yun Chen? How did he become like this? What a brutal method. Look at the other Yun family warriors. They all have a big hole in their chests, and their hearts have disappeared. This is all their retribution. They did such abominable things in Huangying town. They deserve all this. This elder only regrets that he didn't take it away with his own hands. Could it be that the other party is seeking money?" The space rings on these Yun family warriors seemed to have been taken away. One person squatted down, touched Yun Chen's body, and said, "The body is still warm." The other party should have just left. It seems that they noticed us coming, so they left quickly after the battle. "Do you want to search?" "Forget it. The other party doesn't want to show up. Even if we look for them, it will be useless. Since the cancer of the Yun family has been removed, our mission is considered completed. Take the bodies of Yun Chen and others and return to Huangying town to grind their bones and scatter ashes." "Okay." After the Yun family was done, Xuanyuan wanted to take Jean Xion to the nearest forbidden area to sign in, but he was stopped by a piece of news halfway. A very old quasi-emperor tomb was discovered near the demon-suppressing city. "Is the news accurate?" Xuanyuan, who was flying in the sky, asked Jean Xion beside him. Jean Xian's expression was excited. Boss, I have asked someone to confirm it carefully, and the news is very accurate. Because it was just discovered, only the major forces in the Northern Territory know about it, and it has not been spread yet. Boss, go. This is much more exciting than going to a forbidden area. Okay, go. Xuanyuan, you did not think about it, and returned immediately. For now, going to a confirmed quasi-emperor tomb is indeed more attractive to him than signing in at a forbidden area. Signing in at the quasi-emperor tomb is also fine. Okay. Jean Xian exclaimed happily, turned around, and flew south. Xuanyuan Qi shook his head. Why are you like a kid? Flying in the sky leading to the quasi-emperor's tomb. Xuanyuan Qi and Jean Xian talked happily. 7 days later, after passing through countless cities, the two finally arrived at the city closest to their destination with the help of the teleportation array. Demon Suppression City, one of the 10 major cities in the Northern Territory, located in the south of the Northern Territory. It has a superior geographical location, countless opportunities, and a wealth of talents. In terms of overall strength, it can be ranked among the top 3 of the top 10 cities in the Northern Territory. It is the place where countless forces in the Northern Territory are stationed. This demon-suppressing city was probably built after the disaster in the foreign land, right? Xuanyuan suddenly asked after walking on the streets of demon-suppressing city and looking at the surrounding environment. Yes, it was indeed built after that terrible battle. It is said that it was built by a strong man who survived the war. Some people speculate that the quasi-emperor's tomb that appeared this time is related to that strong man. Faced with Xuanyuan Jie's news, Jean Xian told what he knew about the situation and informed them one by one. Looking at the layout of the city, Xuanyuan whispered, "Could it be?" "What did you say, boss?" "It's okay, keep talking." Xuanyuan Gao came back to his senses and waved his hand. "Oh, boss, there is news about that secret realm just now. After exploration by various major forces, the entry restrictions of the secret realm have been obtained. The restriction of the secret realm is that only the young generation under the semi-saints are allowed to enter, and there is also an age limit which must be under 300 years old. Boss, won't it be like no one is there when we go in? According to my Wanbao Pavilion's investigation, the strongest person under the age of 300 in the Northern Territory is only the 9th level of the Supreme. Even if he hides it, he is only the Supreme Spirit. This level of strength is no match for the two of me. It seems that the final winner of this quasi-emperor's tomb will fall into my hands." As he said this, Jean Xian seemed to have thought of something wonderful, and his saliva was about to flow out. Seeing this, Xuanyuan Gao subconsciously walked away a few steps and said with a look of disgust, "The birth of the quasi-emperor in the tomb, I don't think it's just the geniuses from the Northern Territory. If the powerful forces in other regions get the news, I'm afraid they will also be sent in from across the border. How fast is the news spread now? When will the quasi-emperor's tomb be opened?" Hearing what Xuanyuan Gong said, Jean Xian felt that it made sense. Then he picked up the communication device again and asked. After a while, Jean Xian frowned slightly and said, "Boss, it seems that you really got it right. I wonder if that bastard force spread the news. Now almost the entire Northern Territory knows that a quasi-emperor's tomb has been born in Demon City. But there is good news." Speaking of this, Jean Xian suddenly paused. Time passed by minute. Finally, Jean Xian finished venting, put away the torture instruments, and slowly walked towards Xuanyuan. Behind him, Yun Shun had no good flesh on his body at this moment, lying half dead on the ground, unable to shout, breathing more than exhaling, as if he was already dying. "Boss, I'm done venting, it's your turn." Xuanyuan looked at Yun Shun, who would die if touched, and said with some shame, "Forget it, I'm afraid you will die if touched. Let him come." Xuanyuan moved his mind, and the imprisoned elder of the Yun family fell down. Xuanyuan casually condensed an ice blade and threw it to him. "You go and kill him, and I can promise not to kill you. Is this true?" The elder of the Yun family took the ice blade with joy and asked carefully. "I always keep my word," Xuanyuan said coldly. "Okay, I'll go." The elder of the Yun family nodded, strode towards Yun Shun, looked at his miserable appearance, showed a fierce look, raised the ice blade, and stabbed at his heart fiercely. He said fiercely, "We elders are loyal to you, but you actually took our lives as the last ray of hope. Yunshin, you never thought that you would die in my hands in the end. As you said, it's better to die in the hands of your own family than to die in the hands of others. Go to hell." Puff! With the sound of an ice blade entering the body, Yunshin's sinful life came to an end. Seeing that Yunshun had been killed by the Yun family, Xuanyuan winked at Jin Xian, who understood instantly and showed a weird smile at the corner of his mouth. A golden flame whistled out from his hand and rushed towards the last person of the Yun family. The man of the Yun family noticed the sound of strong wind coming from behind, turned around, and saw the burning golden flame approaching. "You didn't keep your promise. You said you wouldn't kill me." After a cry of surprise, the elder of the Yun family was instantly burned to ashes by Jin Xian's flames, leaving only a space ring floating between heaven and earth. "The boss said he wouldn't kill you, but I didn't. The crimes you committed are unforgivable and innumerable. How can I forgive you?" Jin Xian muttered in a low voice. At this moment, Xuanyuan turned his head slightly to the distance, as if he had discovered something, and whispered, "Someone is coming. It should be the group of people who came to chase Yunshun. Take what you should take, and let them deal with the rest." "Okay." Jin Xian's figure flashed, and after collecting all the space rings in the mountain stream, "Let's go." Xuanyuan's mind moved, and a wormhole was built in front of him. Xuanyuan stepped into it, and Jin Xian followed closely. Not long after they left, dozens of figures appeared in the distant sky. Soon, countless people descended on the mountain stream where Yunshun and others died. What happened? Who killed Yunshun and others? After seeing the tragic scene here, a man wearing a green shirt and holding a 3-foot-long sword, who looked like an immortal, exclaimed, "Hiss! Is this still Yunshun? How did he become like this? What a brutal method. Look at the other Yun family warriors. They all have a big hole in their chests and their hearts have disappeared. This is all their retribution. They did such abominable things in Huangying town. They deserve all this. This elder only regrets that he didn't take it away with his own hands. Could it be that the other party is seeking money?" The space rings on these Yun family warriors seemed to have been taken away. One person squatted down, touched Yunshin's body, and said, "The body is still warm." The other party should have just left. It seems that they noticed us coming, so they left quickly after the battle. "Do you want to search?" "Forget it. The other party doesn't want to show up. Even if we look for them, it will be useless. Since the cancer of the Yun family has been removed, our mission is considered completed. Take the bodies of Yunshun and others and return to Huangying town to grind their bones and scatter ashes." "Okay." After the Yin family was done, Xuanyuan wanted to take Jin Xian to the nearest forbidden area to sign in, but he was stopped by a piece of news halfway. A very old quasi-emperor tomb was discovered near the demon-suppressing city. "Is the news accurate?" Xuanyuan, who was flying in the sky, asked Jin Xian beside him. Jin Xian's expression was excited. "Boss, I have asked someone to confirm it carefully, and the news is very accurate. Because it was just discovered, only the major forces in the Northern Territory know about it, and it has not been spread yet. Boss, go. This is much more exciting than going to a forbidden area." "Okay, go." Xuanyuan did not think about it, and returned immediately. For now, going to a confirmed quasi-emperor tomb is indeed more attractive to him than signing in at a forbidden area. Signing in at the quasi-emperor tomb is also fine. "Okay." Jin Xian exclaimed happily, turned around, and flew south. Xuanyuan shook his head. "Why are you like a kid, flying in the sky leading to the quasi-emperor's tomb?" Xuanyuan and Jin Xian talked happily. 7 days later, after passing through countless cities, the two finally arrived at the city closest to their destination with the help of the teleportation array. Demon Suppression City, one of the 10 major cities in the Northern Territory, located in the south of the Northern Territory. It has a superior geographical location, countless opportunities, and a wealth of talents. In terms of overall strength, it can be ranked among the top 3 of the top 10 cities in the Northern Territory. It is the place where countless forces in the Northern Territory are stationed. This demon-suppressing city was probably built after the disaster in the foreign land, right? Xuanyuan suddenly asked after walking on the streets of demon-suppressing city and looking at the surrounding environment. Yes, it was indeed built after that terrible battle. It is said that it was built by a strong man who survived the war. Some people speculate that the quasi-emperor's tomb that appeared this time is related to that strong man. Faced with Xuanyuan Bo's news, Jin Xian told what he knew about the situation and informed them one by one. Looking at the layout of the city, Xuanyuan Bo whispered, "Could it be? What did you say, boss?" "It's okay, keep talking." Xuanyuan Gao came back to his senses and waved his hand. "Oh, boss, there is news about that secret realm just now. After exploration by various major forces, the entry restrictions of the secret realm have been obtained. The restriction of this secret realm is that only the young generation under the semi-saints are allowed to enter, and there is also an age limit, which must be under 300 years old. Boss, won't it be like no one is there when we go in?" According to my Wanbao Pavilion's investigation, the strongest person under the age of 300 in the Northern Territory is only the 9th level of the Supreme. Even if he hides it, he is only the Supreme Spirit. This level of strength is no match for the two of me. It seems that the final winner of this quasi-emperor's tomb will fall into my hands. As he said this, Jin Xian seemed to have thought of something wonderful, and his saliva was about to flow out. Seeing this, Xuanyuan Gao subconsciously walked away a few steps and said with a look of disgust, "The birth of the quasi-emperor in the tomb, I don't think it's just the geniuses from the Northern Territory. If the powerful forces in other regions get the news, I'm afraid they will also be sent in from across the border. How fast is the news spread now? When will the quasi-emperor's tomb be opened?" Hearing what Xuanyuan Gong said, Jin Xian felt that it made sense. Then he picked up the communication device again and asked. After a while, Jin Xian frowned slightly and said, "Boss, it seems that you really got it right. I wonder if that bastard force spread the news. Now almost the entire Northern Territory knows that a quasi-emperor's tomb has been born in Demon City. But there is good news." Speaking of this, Jin Xian suddenly paused. Xuanyuan glared at Jin Xian and said, "Stop hiding it. Come on." Jin Xian chuckled and continued, "This quasi-emperor's tomb will be opened in 2 days. If the other domains come across the border, I'm afraid they can't keep up. Even if they really send people, they can only drink the broth we left, and maybe they can't even drink the broth. Don't underestimate the attraction of a quasi-emperor's tomb. If those forces don't care about the cost, they may really come before the tomb is opened." Xuanyuan said softly, "Don't be afraid. With the boss here, they're all a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps, not to be feared." "That's true. Any other information?" Xuanyuan continued to ask. "The major forces in the Northern Territory have recently landed in the demon-suppressing city. The 3 holy places are all on their way, as well as the tribes that have invaded the Blue and White Star. Now there are countless forces and tribes in the city. It is very lively. Okay, let's find a place to stay first. Is there any vacant room in Wanbao Pavilion? Others may not have it, but who am I? The young master of Wanbao Pavilion. How can there be no room with me here?" Jin Xian straightened his chest, looking like the most powerful person in Wanbao Pavilion. After saying that, he walked forward with a swagger. Xuanyuan smiled and shook his head and followed him. After wandering around the streets of the demon-suppressing city for a while, the two found the restaurant inn under the Wanbao Pavilion, which still looked so light and luxurious. At this moment, there was a long queue at the door of the Wanbao restaurant, with complicated tribes scattered throughout it, and the bustling sound was endless. The two ignored the long queue and walked straight to the door. Just as they were about to step into the door, a waiter ran over from inside and said to the two of them respectfully, "Excuse me, my dear guests, are you going to eat or stay at the hotel? If you are staying at the hotel, you need to queue up at the back. We are staying at the hotel. Ask your steward to come over and say that a young man named Jean is looking for him." Looking at the waiter, who explained to him with a respectful face, Jin Xian nodded with satisfaction and said to the other party very kindly, When the waiter heard that Jean Xian's surname was Jean, he carefully looked at Jean Xian's clothes and demeanor and was startled. He said respectfully, "Sir, wait a moment. I will go find the steward right away." After that, he ran quickly inside, as if he was afraid of delaying something important. Just as the two were waiting for the waiter to come back, an inappropriate voice sounded beside them. "Hey, brother, there are so many of us queuing here. It's a bit inappropriate for you to use your connections to cut in line." Xuanyuan and Jean Xian turned their heads when they heard the voice. A man with 8 hairy spider legs growing on his back and a very weird face stood beside the two of them, his face full of indignation. After his voice fell, "That's right, didn't you see so many people queuing? Boy, if you dare to cut in line today, I will make you pay the price next time I see you. If it weren't for the fact that we can't fight in front of Wanbao restaurant, I would have to teach you a lesson. Go to the back and queue up." There were also many echoing voices from behind, and some even cursed with bad tempers. Xuanyuan frowned slightly, and Jean Xian's face was already angry. Does he have to queue up to go back to his own property? Just when he was about to say something. "What's going on? Who is making noise here?" A full-bodied voice came from the restaurant behind him. Everyone looked towards the door. A middle-aged man in a gorgeous uniform strode out with a dragon-like and tiger-like step, frowning slightly, as if he was dissatisfied with the noisy sound outside. "Mr. Consul, those two young masters." The waiter pointed in the direction of Jean Xian and Xuanyuan, and after muttering to the man twice, the consul looked at Jean Xian. When he saw Jean Xian, he was stunned. "Isn't this the young master?" The news that the young master was in the Northern Territory had long been spread throughout the Wanbao Pavilion in the Northern Territory, and the portraits were in the hands of every consul. Now Jean Xian stood in front of the consul, and the consul naturally recognized him at a glance. Then, the consul's cold face changed instantly, with a smile on his face, his eyes full of respect, and he trotted to Jean Xian. "Young." The consul was about to bow and greet, but Jean Xian coughed lightly and gave him a look, and the consul instantly understood what Jean Xian meant. Knowing that Jean Xian did not want to reveal his identity, the consul immediately changed his address. "Young Master Jean, I am sorry for not welcoming you well." The couple bowed respectfully to Jean Xian. Seeing the consul being so respectful to Jean Xian, exclamations were heard again outside. When had the manager of Wanbao Pavilion ever been so humble to others? Even those geniuses of powerful forces or elders of respected status were treated equally. When had they ever greeted them with such an attitude? They thought that Jean Xian just wanted to do something convenient because of some connections, but they didn't expect it to be like this. For a while, no one was talking. "Consul, you are polite." Jean Xian responded calmly after receiving the consul's greeting, and then continued. "I want 2 rooms. Are there any available now?" Yes. "Come here. Clean up the number 1 and number 2 rooms immediately." The consul responded and immediately turned around to tell the waiter. "Sir, someone has already reserved that room." The waiter whispered, "I know. Arrange it as I say, and I'll take care of the rest." After hearing what the waiter said, the consul turned around and scolded him again. "Wait a minute. Don't bother me. The sky-shaped room has 2 empty rooms. Just tidy it up. Since the guest has already made a reservation, we can't make him feel dissatisfied." Seeing the waiter turning around and about to go upstairs, Jean Xian stopped him and said to the steward, "But your identity?" The steward hesitated. In his heart, those forces in the Northern Territory were simply not as noble as Jean Xian. "Keep everything simple and make arrangements." Jean Xian said softly, "Okay, Tianzi number 6 and number 8 rooms are vacant now. Go ahead and make arrangements," the consul responded, explaining to the waiter. "Yes." Jean Xiaoxia, "You two have just arrived at Jima City. You must have been very tired from traveling and traveling. Why don't I arrange for you two to taste Jima City's delicacies first? The room will be tidied up soon." After the waiter went upstairs, the consul was ingratiating again, said to the two of them, "Can then give us some of the delicacies from the Demon City and 2 jugs of fine wine." A glimmer of light flashed in Jean Xian's eyes. Eating is one of his hobbies, which can be seen from his figure. "Okay, you two, please come with me." The steward made a gesture of invitation. Just as Jean Xin was about to leave, he seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, he turned around and said to the ugly-looking spider-legged man behind him, "Are you confused why they treated me like this? Actually, it's not difficult to get this kind of treatment. As long as you are like me and have Wanbao Pavilion's fun card, you can also enjoy such treatment." Jean Xin flicked his fingers and held a purple gold card in his hand, shaking it in front of the spider-legged man. Then, in the shocked eyes of the other party, he said with sincerity, "Come on, young man. Work hard and you'll have a chance to have a good pregnancy in your next life." Seeing the purple gold card in Jean Xion's hand, the spider-legged man's pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, he finally understood why Jean Xion could be treated like this. Customers who can spend more than 1 billion top-grade star stones in a single transaction will be licked by the other party at any time. Unexpectedly, a customer of this size would appear in front of him today. He was shocked. At the same time, he was a little scared, worried that Jean Xion would retaliate against him later. He avoided his eyes and dared not look at Jean Xion again. "Don't worry, I'm not that stingy. I won't retaliate against you just because of this." Jean Xion seemed to see the other party's fear. After a light laugh, he walked into the restaurant with Xuanyuan. After Jean Xion left, the spider-legged man staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he was supported by the people around him. He said with a look of palpitation, "This time, I was really too reckless. I won't dare to do this next time. I almost offended a big shot." The companion beside him also said with a look of shock, "Fortunately, the other party has a good temper and doesn't bother with you. Otherwise, this time, I will really get into trouble. Don't be the first bird to stick out like this next time. That's for sure." Not only the spider-legged man and his group were shocked, but the people in the queue behind him were completely silent the moment Jean Xion took out the purple gold card, and they didn't dare to say another word. His purple gold card. My life savings are not enough for the other party to spend once. After he left, they started to discuss in shock. In the luxurious private room, a huge round table was filled with fragrant, colorful, and mouth-watering delicacies. After the dishes were served, the consul asked respectfully, "Master, the dishes are all served. Do you think you need anything?" "No, it's enough." "Then I will take my leave first. I won't disturb you and your friends from enjoying the food. If you need anything, please call me at any time. I'll be waiting outside." "Well, you can go down. You don't need to wait at the door. Go and do your own things. I'll call the waiter if you need anything." Jean Xion waved to the consul. "Okay, I'll take my leave then." After the consul left the room, Jean Xion started eating immediately. He grabbed the leg of an unknown beast and started to bite it, while calling Xuanyuan, "Boss, you eat too." Looking at Jean Xion's mouth full of oil, Xuanyuan's mouth twitched, and he whispered, "Is it so delicious?" Then he picked up the chopsticks and gently picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. He chewed it, and suddenly a rich fragrance bloomed in his mouth. "While it tastes good," Xuanyuan nodded in admiration, and the speed of picking up dishes became much faster. After eating and drinking, Jean Xion leaned back in the chair, patted his round belly, and his face was full of satisfaction. Xuanyuan wiped his mouth, patted Jean Xion, and said, "Go back to the room. It's not convenient to talk here. I have something to tell you." "Okay." Hearing this, Jean Xion immediately got up and walked out the door with Xuanyuan. The waiter was waiting for the two at the door. When he saw the two come out, he immediately went to meet them. "Do you have any instructions?" Xuanyuan said softly. "Take us back to the room." "Okay." The two adults follow me. The waiter walked in front to lead the way for the two, and soon arrived at the door of room number 6. "Okay, you go down and do your work. I will call you if there is anything." Seeing the destination, Jean Xion waved his hand and asked the waiter to leave. After entering the room and closing the door, Xuanyuan casually set up a barrier, covering the room. After sitting on the chair, he said to Jean Xion, "Is the location of this quasi-emperor tomb 10 miles north of the demon suppression cities?" "Boss, I haven't told you this yet. How did you know?" Jean Xion showed a surprised look. After getting Jean Xion's confirmation, Xuanyuan He had an expression of as expected. He whispered, "That's right, it seems that this trip to the Quasi-Emperor tomb will be very interesting. Boss, did you find anything?" Shuai told me that in the Demon Suppression City, I sensed the same aura as Yunshun and others. I think there are many people from the Tianjia cult in this Demon Suppression City. In addition to the layout of the Demon Suppression City I saw along the way, I guess that this Quasi-Emperor tomb may suppress the foreign dark seeds that the Tianjia cult has always wanted to rescue. When Xuanyuan Bo said his guess, Jin Xin was shocked and stood up instantly. What? Foreign dark seeds? It's been so long. Why are there still people thinking about reviving them? No wonder this city is called Demon Suppressing City. It turns out that the strong man created a city here to suppress a foreign strong man. Don't get excited. This is still a guess and has not been confirmed. If it is true, then this time we must kill this foreigner and not release him. Xuanyuan waved his hand, signaling Jin Xin not to get excited. Although he has already determined this matter in his heart, there are always variables without seeing it with his own eyes. Boss, do we need to prepare something in advance? Jin Xin asked in a low voice after calming down. There is still time. Don't rush. Rest for a night today, walk around the city tomorrow, see if there is anything useful, and find out the situation. Well, that's good. Boss, you take a rest first. I'll go to that room. No words were spoken that night. At noon, Xuanyuan called Jin Xin. The two wandered aimlessly in Jinhuan City, looking at the strong and talented people from various ethnic groups walking around in the city. Xuanyuan did not have much fluctuation in his heart. Jin Xin, on the other hand, stared at the beauties from various ethnic groups and kept admiring and commenting on them. Well, this figure is good. This waist is good. Fuck, it's so big. Jin Xin suddenly exclaimed, looking at a beautiful woman with magnificent breasts. It immediately attracted the attention of many people, and the woman looked at Jin Xin with a cold light in her eyes. Xuanyuan was full of black lines, as if he didn't know this guy, and kept a distance from Jin Xin. Jin Xin, can you be honest? Just watch. What are you commenting on? You are the young master of Wanbao Pavilion. How can you act like a gangster? Unable to bear Jin Xion's appearance, Xuanyuan, you couldn't help but complain. Boss, the young master of Wanbao Pavilion is also a human being. Besides, I am commenting in a kind way. How can I call him a gangster? You should shut up and go back now. Oh. Seeing Xuanyuan you say this, and looking at the murderous eyes of some women around, Jin Xin responded in a low voice, not daring to say anything more. At this time, there were bursts of exclamations from a distance. Xuanyuan Yu and the others immediately looked forward curiously. Follow the eyes of everyone and look in the direction of the exclamation. I saw a group of heroic figures slowly walking out of the crowd. It was a group of teams uniformly dressed in white uniforms. There were men, women, old and young. The atmosphere was amazing and the pomp was very grand, which attracted many people to talk about it. If they didn't look so aloof and arrogant, they might make people feel good about them. Which force is this? Looking at this arrogant and large crowd, Xuanyuan Xiu asked softly. Jin Xin glanced at the other party's clothes, recognized his identity, and said lightly, one of the three major holy places in the Northern Territory, the Holy Land of Dao, although its strength is not weak, has a bad reputation in the Northern Territory, and all the disciples in the sect are he has a proud personality and does things his own way. It turns out he is from the Holy Land. No wonder. Xuanyuan Xiu chuckled and stopped talking. However, they didn't say anything. A sharp voice suddenly sounded, making countless people in the audience stunned. When I first arrived at the demon-suppressing city, I encountered a bug from the Holy Land. It's really unlucky. If I had known that these bugs were here, I would have come back later. Everyone heard the news and saw that it was a team wearing red uniforms. There were only men in the team, and each of them held a bloody heavy sword in their hands. The leading strong man was looking at the Holy Land with disdain. This is the Blood Knife Holy Land. They have been in constant friction with the Dao Holy Land for thousands of years. They exchange cold words every time they meet, and sometimes fights even break out. This force only recruits male monks because they only practice the blood sword secret technique, which is not suitable for women. They emphasize breaking through 10,000 techniques with one force. Their strength is a little stronger than that of the Holy Land. If the Holy Land of 10,000 swords hadn't been there to contain the situation, I'm afraid the situation at the Holy Land would have been very critical. Jin Xian explained for Xuanyuan Gao on the side. Su Tian, if you dare to insult me and ask the Holy Land, you are seeking death. The leader of the Wendao Holy Land is an old man with white hair, but full of energy. He obviously knows the leader of the Blood Knife Holy Land. Hearing Su Ba from the Blood Knife Holy Land say this, he suddenly roared angrily. Old man Wang, I just insulted you. What can you do to me? If you have the ability, just do it. I'm afraid you don't dare, right? Faced with the roar of the elder of the Holy Land King, Su Tian flicked his nails with disdain and sneered in reply. Are you trying to provoke a fight between our two holy lands again? Elder Wang was so angry that he was shaking all over, and the powerful aura around him escaped, making countless people present feel very depressed. He was a semi-saint strongman. Su Tian sneered and said, If you want to fight, fight. Old man Wang, if there is no holy land of 10,000 swords causing trouble in the middle, it is still one thing whether you have asked the Holy Land now. I have this temper. You can bite me if you don't accept it. After Su Tian's voice fell, the geniuses of the Blood Sword Holy Land behind him also laughed. It's too much. It's too much. Elder Wang, who asked about the Holy Land, couldn't tell Su Tian. His face turned red with anger, but he didn't dare to take action easily. After all, what Su Tian said was a recognized fact. If it was a holy war between the two holy lands, they really were no match for the Blood Knife Holy Land. Just when Elder Wang couldn't leave, he didn't dare to fight, and he was riding a tiger with difficulty. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of streams of light suddenly flashed across the sky. At the same time, a chuckle slowly resounded in everyone's ears. You two, there is no need for any fighting at this time. If you really want to compete, there is a time for the geniuses of your two forces to compete in the Quasi-Emperor's tomb. Hearing this voice, Su Tian frowned slightly, and Elder Wang was indeed happy. At this moment, dozens of figures flying with swords were seen standing proudly in the sky. They were all dressed in white clothes and had green blades on their feet, looking like a carefree swordsman. Looking at the middle-aged man at the head, Su Tian muttered dissatisfiedly, Lin Jian, you guys are always there every time. It's so haunting. Why did Elder Su Tian say this? Could it be that our heavenly sword Holy Land cannot come to this demon-suppressing city? Although Su Tian's words were very low, Elder Lin Jian of the Holy Land of 10,000 Swords, as a powerful semi-saint, could naturally hear him. So he asked with a flash of light in his eyes. You know that's not what this elder is talking about. It always appears at such a time. I really wonder if there is any secret connection between you and the Holy Land of 10,000 Swords. Su Tian blurted out what was on his mind without thinking. Elder Su, I don't want to say this. Lin Jian's voice was higher, with a chill in his voice. Okay. I won't talk nonsense with you here. Let's let the geniuses from each of our families show up in the Quasi-Emperor's tomb. Let's go. After saying these cruel words, Su Tian took his genius and walked outside. Lin Jian watched Su Tian and others leave and chuckled. He didn't take Su Tian's cruel words to heart. The Holy Land of 10,000 Swords had no fear of any force in the Northern Territory, regardless of its overall strength or the generation of young geniuses. 10,000 Swords Holy Land, chose to check and balance between these two holy lands, just because he wanted a balanced situation, and it did not mean that he had any secret contacts with the people in Wendao Holy Land. Thank you, Elder Lin Jian, for your help. I am deeply grateful. You're welcome, Elder Wang. I'm away from home. Many friends mean more ways to go. Lin Jian from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land and Elder Wang from the Dao Holy Land paid compliments and agreed to go together. Seeing that there was no excitement to be seen, everyone onlookers also dispersed. Xuanyuan and the other two also left, continued to explore the situation in the city and bought the items they needed. At the same time, on this day, Xuanyuan also saw many familiar tribes and forces. The Fallen Palace, the Angel Tribe, the Scaled Tribe, the Blood Tribe, the Barbarian Tribe, the Flame Tribe. These tribes and forces have strong people leading the geniuses of the tribe to come. Even the Snake Tribe, which has been announced to be sealed, has a team showing up, which is enough to show the attraction of the Quasi-Emperor's tomb to the Northern Territory. After buying the required items and understanding some information about the major forces, Xuanyuan returned to the room again, quietly waiting for the arrival of the next day. Another peaceful night passed, and when dawn broke and the warm sunlight shone into the sky-shaped room, Xuanyuan and the two were ready. Following the huge torrent of the crowd, they rushed towards the Quasi-Emperor's tomb. Today is the day when the Quasi-Emperor's tomb is opened. Many forces had already arrived and were waiting there. Xuanyuan and Jin Xian did not want to wait there for too long, so they stayed in the Demon Suppression City for 2 days. Soon, the two came to a crowded plain. This was certainly not the real entrance to the Quasi-Emperor's tomb. It was just because there were too many people, so they lined up all the way from the entrance to the Quasi-Emperor's tomb to this location. Looking at the crowded crowd, Xuanyuan and Jin Xian flashed and appeared on a remote hilltop with fewer people. Runes surged in their eyes. Through the layers of space, Xuanyuan saw the end of the crowd. There, a towering stone tablet exuding the breath of time and decay stood quietly, with powerful restrictions and mysterious rune energy all over it. On this stone tablet full of traces of time, 2 vigorous and powerful characters were engraved. Demon Suppression. At the same time, dozens of powerful men exuding the aura of a semi-saint were standing proudly in the sky in front of the stone tablet with the words "Suppressing Demons" written on it. The aura is shocking and powerful throughout the world. Looking at the speed at which the restriction on the stone tablet dissipates, it will probably take until noon. The runes in his eyes dissipated. Xuanyuan Gao slowly withdrew his gaze and said softly to Jin Xian, whose pupils beside him were glowing with golden light, "Boss, if there are so many people, if they are tested one by one, how long will it take to get in?" Looking at the huge crowds of people in this area, Jin Xian couldn't help but sigh. "Anyway, it can't stop us. When the restriction dissipates, we can just teleport through the wormhole. Xuanyuan, who has a space wormhole, will naturally not squeeze in with the people below. It would be a complete waste of his time." Son, Xuanyuan Gao seemed to notice something. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, a light flashed in his hand, and an exquisite sound transmission bracelet appeared in his hand. Through the power of the contract, he noticed that there were many members of the Ice Emperor Palace among the crowd. Although all the 3 emperors and 12 generals, except Yunli, went to the other 4 regions, it was not that no one stayed in the northern region. It was just that those who had never appeared in front of foreigners in Blue and White Star. Yunli was naturally aware of Xuanyuan Gao's personnel arrangements. He sent a message through the sound transmission bracelet, and a moment later, the sound transmission bracelet immediately responded. After 2 simple explanations, he turned off the sound transmitting bracelet, and Xuanyuan Gao suddenly muttered softly, "I don't know the current situation of Xingqian Zifeng and the others. After Yunli wakes up, let Yunli contact him and make a statistical report." Yunli, "Damn, sir. People arrange things while they are sleeping." Time passes slowly. It was noon in a blink of an eye, and the fiery red sun hung high in the sky, exuding scorching energy. After waiting all morning, the crowd became even bigger. At a glance, it was so dense that you couldn't see the edges. While waiting, several serious conflicts broke out. It seemed that enemies from the past met today, and the fighting was very fierce. However, every conflict was quickly subsided. After all, at this time, no one wanted to fight to the death. If they lost the chance to snatch, it would be too late. Therefore, they all retreated after a fight. Sudden, the demon-suppressing stone tablet erupted with an astonishing wave of energy. Then, a pillar of light soaring into the sky bloomed in front of the demon-suppressing stone monument. A clearly visible energy centered on the pillar of light, and spread out in all directions, encompassing everyone on the land. At the same time, everyone felt as if someone was scrutinizing them, but the other person seemed to be screening for something. They only felt like they were being watched for a moment, and then disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, many people exclaimed, because for some reason, they suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. Seeing this, countless unaware people around them quickly took a few steps back, fearing that there was some hidden danger in the other party's body. Just when everyone was puzzled, an ancient voice suddenly came to mind between heaven and earth. Not everyone can enter the emperor's tomb. Only the young generation below the semi-saints are allowed to enter, and they must be under 300 years old. In addition, those who have not received the emperor's approval and have a red glow on their bodies are not allowed to enter. Everyone else can enter when the light door is open. Be careful. Be careful not to. Before the ancient voice could finish speaking, it seemed to be affected by something, and the voice suddenly stopped. Ah, pay attention to what? Why are you half-talking? It's so abominable. Why can't I go in? Why? It's only 1 year old. What an opportunity one have. I won't accept it. Among the huge crowd, a certain figure shrouded in black robes looked very ugly at the moment, and he even cursed secretly in his heart. Damn it, my members of the cult are actually restricted from entering. Fortunately, the master of the palace has already made preparations and prepared hidden secret treasures for the 10 geniuses. Otherwise, this plan would have failed. Damn the demon suppressor. You still have such methods. This time, my evil sect will definitely make your demon-suppressing city bleed into a river of blood. After muttering quietly, the man in black robes smiled sinisterly and disappeared in an instant. There were still many unwilling voices roaring in the crowd, but no one paid any attention to them, because everyone's blazing eyes were now attracted by the huge light door that was slowly unfolding in the sky. I saw that above the demon-suppressing monument, the energy beam rising into the sky opened a huge portal from the middle, and the mysterious and ancient atmosphere continued to spread from it. Boom! When a shocking sound came out, the world went crazy instantly, and everyone understood that this was a signal that the quasi-emperor's tomb could be entered. In an instant, countless people rushed towards the huge light gate. Of course, there are also some people with red lights on their bodies. They don't believe in evil and want to give it another try. If they get in, they will make a lot of money. However, they thought too much. When those people with red light on their bodies approached the light gate, formation patterns suddenly appeared on the light gate, and terrifying energy was emitted from the formations, shooting at those people. Then countless bright red blood flowers bloomed between heaven and earth. Those people showed no resistance and were killed almost instantly. The smell of blood floated between the sky and the earth. Such a terrifying scene made many people in the audience shudder who wanted to get through. Hey, let's forget it. I'm 1 year older, so I'd better go home and take care of my child. Fortunately, I am not impulsive otherwise. Although this bloody scene blocked the path forward for those with impure thoughts, it did not affect others at all, still rushing towards the light gate one after another. Let's go too. Seeing that many people had already entered, Xuanyuan Gong turned around and shouted to Jean Xian beside him. With a thought, he built a wormhole in front of the two of them and got in first. Jean Xian followed closely behind. Many people around saw Xuanyuan Gao building a wormhole with expressions of surprise on their faces. Someone wanted to follow Jean Xian after he entered the wormhole, but the wormhole closed instantly and he missed. Look, they have already appeared in front of the light gate, someone exclaimed, and saw the wormhole reappearing in front of the light gate above the demon-suppressing monument. And the figures of Xuanyuan Gao and Jean Xian flew out of it and disappeared into the light gate in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and even the powerful semi-saints from all the major forces in the sky were very surprised. Hey, what's the origin of these two teenagers? Have no idea? It's really shocking to see that the little fat man is only 100 years old, but he is already the 5th-level supreme power. Could it be the geniuses from other domains? It shouldn't be. It hasn't been long since the news spread. Even if they cross domains, it will take several days. They will definitely not arrive now. Maybe they have come to the Northern Territory before and happened to pretend to be this time. That's possible. Ugh. The smell of blood food. In the deepest part of Emperor Xuan's tomb, beneath the ground of an ancient palace, there were sudden bursts of extremely hoarse voices, as if they hadn't spoken for many years. Deep in the ground, a figure shrouded in black mist and with a terrifying aura was suppressed in a strong formation. His hands, feet, and neck were tightly controlled by countless chains filled with rune power, making him unable to move. Could it be that Zenmozi's tomb has been revealed again? With so much blood, if I devour them all, this holy king may be able to break this heavy shackles and escape from the ban imposed by that old guy Zenmozi. Well, this breath is the seeds that were scattered back then. It seems that someone has escaped, and they are here to save this holy king. Suppressing demon son, you can't trap this holy king anymore. Let this holy king get in touch with them first, and let them set up a blood energy concentration formation for me to absorb all the blood energy of all the fighting and killing in this world into my holy king. By then, this holy king will be able to break free from this abominable prison. The other side, Xuanyuan Bo and Jin Xin rushed into the light gate. After a while, the two people were teleported to two different places. Xuanyuan Bo appeared in a dense and secluded jungle. Jin Xin appeared on a deserted plain. Xuanyuan took out the sound transmission bracelet and communicated with Jin Xin. After Jin Xin followed him, he gave the sound transmission bracelet to the other party, and the other party was very curious about the origin of the thing. After all, it can communicate across domains. It can be seen that if it can be produced in batches, it will definitely make a lot of money. After all, those big forces will definitely need this. However, when Xuanyuan Bo was given to him, he gave up the idea. Jin Xin, where are you? After a while, a bright light flashed in the sound transmission bracelet, and Jin Xion's voice came from it. Boss, I'm on a plane. There are no landmark buildings here. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the two of us to meet up in a short time. Protect yourself. I'll come to you soon. Boss, there is no direction here. How can you find me? A surprise inquiry came from Jin Xin. Have you forgotten the ability that Xuanyuan just gained? Xuanyuan Jie replied softly. Yes, Xuanyuan can find me. Alas, I forgot about this. Jin Xion's surprised voice came from the sound transmitting bracelet, as if he suddenly realized it. Then, boss, I will walk slowly, look for some opportunities, and then wait for you to come to me. Good. After cutting off the communication with Jin Xin, Xuanyuan Bo suddenly spoke to the sound transmitting bracelet again. Everyone, come to this emperor immediately. Yes. An excited voice came from the sound transmission bracelet. This is an order issued by Xuanyuan Jie to the members of the Ice Emperor Palace. Unlike Jin Xin, other members of the Ice Emperor Palace have signed contracts with Xuanyuan Jie, so as long as Xuanyuan Jie releases his breath, they can lock Xuanyuan Jie's position through the power of the contract. The same goes for Xuanyuan Bo. Within a certain distance, the location of all of them can be detected at any time. While waiting for the members of the Ice Emperor Palace, Xuanyuan Bo summoned Xuanyuan. He extracted an aura from the origin of the golden pupil in his mind, placed it in front of Xuanyuan, and said softly, Xuanyuan, find his location. Seeing that Xuanyuan Gong asked him to find someone again, Xuanyuan first took the breath, and then said to Xuanyuan Gong with some aggrievedness, Master, can you let me use this ability less in the future? Why? Xuanyuan asked, somewhat puzzled. Xuanyuan continued, Master, I, Xuanyuan, will be a beast god in the future. This method of searching for people feels a bit unspeakable. Anyway, I don't want to use this ability often. Good. I didn't expect that my little Xuanyuan would have such great ambitions. I promise you, unless there are special circumstances, I will not let you use this ability again in the future. Xuanyuan Jie gave a very rare laugh. He thought that Xuanyuan was doing it for some reason. It turned out that he felt that using this method of smelling to find people was a bit like a dog, which would lose its majesty as the beast god in the future. Thank you, Master. Xuanyuan smiled happily, and then began to search through Jin Xian's aura. While Xuanyuan was casting the spell, Xuanyuan asked in a low voice, Xuanyuan, why do you want to be a beast god? Isn't it good to stay with me? Master, you're growing up too fast. Xuanyuan can't help you at all. Xuanyuan doesn't want to be a vase. So Xuanyuan wants to be the god of beasts. In Xuanyuan's inherited memory, becoming a beast god can command many people, and then Xuanyuan will be able to help his master. Xuanyuan responded while searching for Jin Xian's position. Hearing Xuanyuan's words, Xuanyuan Gao looked at Xuanyuan with a somewhat complicated look. He didn't expect that Xuanyuan, who he usually held in his arms, wanted to become the beast god just to help him. Xuanyuan, you don't have to call me master from now on. Master, why is this? After hearing Xuanyuan's words, Xuanyuan paused and turned to look at Xuanyuan anxiously. From now on, just like Jin Xian, call me boss. Boss? Well, if you're going to be a beast god in the future, you can't follow someone behind you and have your master. What will your subordinates think of you then? Xuanyuan Gao chuckled. Okay, you can call me like this from now on. Okay, boss. Xuanyuan responded happily and continued to look for Jin Xian's location. Just at this time, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared around Xuanyuan Lu. Looking around, there were about 100 people. Seeing this, Xuanyuan Lu showed a smile. Although these people did not wear masks, he was still very sure of the identity of the person in front of him. Greetings, Lord Bingdi. After the group of people came to Xuanyuan Lu, they all knelt on one knee and greeted respectfully. Get up! Xuanyuan Lu slightly raised his hand, and a gentle force helped all the members of the Bingdi Palace present to stand up. Who is the team leader? Reply to Lord Bingdi. My subordinate Ling Zi is the team leader of this team. Hearing Xuanyuan Lu's question, a purple-haired man of the first level of the Supreme stood up and replied with a fanatical face. Looking at the heroic figure in front of him, Xuanyuan nodded with satisfaction. I remember you are Zi Feng's subordinate? Yes. Yes, you have broken through to the Supreme Realm in such a short time. You must have had some adventure. My lord, I got a very precious spiritual fruit in another expedition. With this fruit, I was able to break through to the Supreme Realm. I see. How strong is your team now? Ice Emperor, in addition to me, there are 2 half-step Supremes in the team, and the other members are all above the 7 Tribulations Nirvana realm. Xuanyuan was not very surprised by the explosive growth of the strength of the members of the Ice Emperor Palace. After all, most of the members of the Ice Emperor Palace have taken top-level aptitude pills, which Xuanyuan signed in one after another in the following years. Previously, their development was restricted by environmental factors on the Blue and White Star. When they arrived at the vast land of Central Star, where crises and opportunities coexist, their strength would naturally increase explosively. Just when Xuanyuan was about to give them some tasks, suddenly his brows furrowed, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It seemed that he had discovered something. He turned his eyes to the void in one direction. He said coldly, Have you seen enough? Have you seen enough? Do you want to show up on your own? Or do you need my help? After Xuanyuan's cold voice fell, Ling Zi and dozens of members of the Ice Emperor Palace behind him instantly took a fighting stance, staring sharply at the space Xuanyuan looked at. It's really interesting. I didn't expect you to be able to find my trace. Which force are you a genius from? You have so many followers? A black-haired man in a black robe with strange patterns on his face appeared silently in the sky, looking at Xuanyuan with a strange smile. It was obvious that he had just arrived and did not hear Ling Zi and others' previous address to Xuanyuan, the alien of the heavenly evil cult. Looking at the strange man in front of him, feeling the aura that made him very disgusted, Xuanyuan frowned and said coldly. The pupils of the strange man suddenly shrank, and his face was full of shock. He was very confused. He hadn't said anything yet, but Xuanyuan Yu already knew his identity. Then, he shouted, Who are you? How do you know my origins? Xuanyuan Yu said with disgust. I have noticed the disgusting smell on you from a distance. It seems that you are stained with the blood of my sect. Knowing my identity is already unforgivable, and now I can't tolerate you even more." The strange man shouted, stretched out his hand, and a black sickle with the meaning of death appeared in his hand, and at the same time the breath of the 8th level of the Supreme spread throughout the venue. Because he had just summoned the members of the Ice Emperor Palace, Xuanyuan Yu did not hide his strength. In the eyes of this strange man, Xuanyuan Yu's strength was only the 7th level of the Supreme, one level lower than him, which made him worry-free. He was the Five Kings Hall of the northern branch of the Tianjiao sect, and he had the strength to fight across levels. Now facing a 7th level Supreme and a group of Nirvana realms, he naturally didn't take it seriously. "Go to hell. Remember my name, the Five Kings Hall of the northern branch of the Tianjiao cult, the Demon Scythe." The Demon Scythe roared, and the dark energy poured into the sickle. It waved the sickle in its hand and attacked Xuanyuan Bing with great momentum. "Everyone defend!" Seeing this, Ling Zi felt a very terrifying pressure on the Demon Scythe, but still roared and was about to block Xuanyuan Bing. They were brave, but Xuanyuan Bing would not let them stand in front of him. If they could deal with it, it would be fine, but now the gap is too big. If they resist this attack, they will definitely be seriously injured or even die. "You are not his opponent. Retreat." With a light sigh, Xuanyuan Bing immediately disappeared from the spot, condensed an ice sword in his hand, and waved it. The dazzling sword light cut through the void and killed the Demon Scythe. Hearing the sound, Ling Zi and others stopped and looked towards Xuanyuan Bo with some worry. They didn't know what Xuanyuan Bo's current strength was, and they were afraid that Xuanyuan Bo would make a mistake. However, the next scene instantly shocked him. "I saw a brilliant sword light cut through the void and instantly blasted the magic sickle that attacked Xuanyuan Bo away. Then, in the extremely shocked eyes of the magic sickle, a huge ice palm fell from the sky, and the terrifying aura spread on the palm, making the magic sickle physically and mentally tremble. Waving the sickle in his hand, he kept sending out sickle rays, and at the same time defended with all his strength. Boom! Although the attack of the magic sickle fell on Xuanyuan Bo's ice palm, it did not cause any substantial effect at all, but only left a series of white marks. The ice palm still exuded the power of annihilation, and it blasted the magic sickle into the ground. A large amount of smoke and dust rose instantly, blocking the sight of the people present. Xuanyuan swung his sleeves, and a strong wind emerged between heaven and earth, instantly blowing away the smoke and dust in the sky, revealing the situation in that space. After seeing the situation of Majian, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Can you escape?" In the sky, Majian's dusty figure was fleeing madly to the distance, looking back while fleeing, as if afraid that Xuanyuan would catch up. Majian was extremely frightened at this moment, and regretted appearing in front of Xuanyuan very much. Xuanyuan's strength is too terrible. Obviously, he only has the strength of the 7th level of the Supreme, but the combat power he burst out is far greater than him. Cough! Cough! Damn it, where did this monster come from? It's so terrifying. I'm afraid that those few people can compete with it. After coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood, Majian murmured in fear. At this moment, in the void in front of him, a dark space wormhole suddenly formed. A sword beam that could tear apart the sky and destroy the world came out from it. At the same time, Xuanyuan Qi laughed softly. "If I let you escape, I will really be too ashamed to face anyone." Swish! Before Majian could react, the terrifying sword beam that exuded an extremely cold aura had appeared in front of him, as fast as lightning, and cut his throat in an instant, leaving a scarlet bloodline. Majian stopped, his face full of disbelief. The pain from his neck made him believe that his life had come to an end. How could this be? With a face full of fear and unwillingness, Majian slowly fell backwards. His eyes gradually became dark, and his clothes were gradually soaked with blood. He fell into the wormhole that suddenly formed below. Ling Zi opened his mouth wide at this moment, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. It had been a long time since we last met, and Lord Bingdi had already become so terrifying. The wormhole appeared in front of him again, and the body of the demon's scythe and the sharp sickle fell out of it. He strode forward, stepped on the lifeless demon's scythe, and said coldly, "You really overestimate your own abilities. I have killed the half-saint of the heavenly evil sect, let alone you, a mere 8th level supreme." With a thought, the ice-blue flame rose on the demon's scythe, instantly enveloping its body and quickly turning it into a pool of ashes. So far, the demon's scythe of the 5 Kings' Palace has fallen, and it has lived for less than a chapter. Only a dark space ring and an extremely extraordinary sickle remain. After putting these 2 trophies away, Xuanyuan Bo turned his gaze to Lingzi again. He had originally sent Lingzi and others to search for information in this quasi-emperor's tomb, but now it seems that it is not appropriate. After thinking for a while, Xuanyuan Bo said softly to Lingzi and others, "Your strength is still too weak in this secret realm. It is still a bit risky to come in this time. However, since this emperor is here, you will follow this emperor from now on. It just happens that you can help this emperor deal with some chores." "Yes." Lingzi's eyes lit up, and then he and the countless people behind him responded very respectfully. "Xueshang, did you find it?" Looking at Xueshang, who was lazily sitting cross-legged in the void, Xuanyuan Bo asked softly, "I have found the boss." In that direction, Xueshang stretched out his fleshy little claws and pointed in a direction. Looking in the direction Xueshang pointed, Xuanyuan Gao looked into the distance for a moment and said softly, "Since we already have Gene Xian's direction, let's set off. 0 purples. My subordinate is here. Let your team be scattered in small groups 5 kilometers away from me. Don't gather together. If anything happens, I will contact you directly. Just stay with me." "Yes." Xuanyuan Jie didn't want to make a big fuss. Hundreds of people followed him, which was too eye-catching. Then, the group of people slowly flew towards the direction of Gene Xian. Somewhere in an unknown dark jungle, several dark figures were hovering in the forest, exuding a strange aura. "What's going on with Lao Wu? Why haven't you come for so long? Perhaps something happened on the way and delayed it. Let's wait." "No need to wait. He's dead." Suddenly, several black figures flew from the distance again, and cold voices sounded in their ears. "What?" "Lao Wu is at the peak of the 8th level of the Supreme, and his combat power can even compete with the Spirit Supreme. With his methods, even if he loses, he will not fall." "Yuangdian, is the news true?" "It's true. The life card has been broken. According to the last news he sent, he encountered a monster at the 7th level of the Supreme Realm, but he was seriously injured in 2 moves, and then there was no news." "What?" "The Supreme 7th level can seriously injure the 5 Kings' Palace with just a few moves. How is this possible? Although I don't believe it either. It's the truth. Ignore him for now. If he dies, let him die. Let's keep an eye on the powerful 7th level Supreme Man and avenge him when the time comes. You all must have received the news. Let's discuss how to complete the arrangement of this formation." Afterwards, a total of 8 men in black robes started talking quietly in the quiet forest. Other side, Gene Xian was walking aimlessly on the plain at this moment, and his speed was not very fast. At this time, suddenly, a fierce sound of fighting was faintly heard in my ears. Gene Xian raised his eyebrows. He heard that the sound was not very far away. It seemed that he had discovered something, which caused the 2 forces to fight for it. A smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. Gene Xian rubbed his hands, felt the wind at his feet, and drove quickly in that direction. Helping others is his favorite thing. Often the person being helped would give him a big gift. How could he miss such a thing? Soon, Gene Xian arrived at the destination. After seeing the scene, Gene Xian smiled even more happily. There are not 2 forces fighting here, but 3 parties. Among them are a group of humans dressed in black, a lion tribe with lion heads and bodies, and an unknown ethnic group covered with green hair. The other 2 forces each have 5 people. The Lion Clan only has 3 people. However, the Lion Clan does not fall below. The reason is that the three strong men of the Lion Clan are all at the third level of supreme strength, while the other two forces most of them are the second level of supreme. That's why their battle was at a stalemate, at the rear of their battle situation. There is a very bright flower, standing quietly in the gap between a huge stone. On the fiery red flower buds, several petals have unfolded, stars are shining, and a very fresh fragrance hits the face. Sunflower. It's a good thing, it will also be helpful to me. Jean Xian hid behind a boulder, restrained his aura, and carefully watched the battle in the distance. Although the overall strength of these people in front of him is not strong, they're not a big threat to Jean Xian. However, Jean Xian did not choose to take action now. If he takes action now, he may face the siege of these three forces, and the sunflower has not fully bloomed yet, and it will take some time. So Jean Xian decided to wait until the combat power of the three parties was almost exhausted and Sunflower matured before he took action. Everything will be much easier. This behavior can be described as very unscrupulous. The fierce battle continued, and the roar between heaven and earth continued, just as the war between the three forces gradually began to come to an end. An old man suddenly set off. Just because the sunflower has fully bloomed at this moment, its magnificent style is dazzling. Boom! A strong man from the Lion Clan glanced in the direction of Sunflower without comment after blasting away a man in black. Suddenly, the fierce pupils widened. At this moment, Jean Xian, the sixth child, was quietly standing beside the sunflower, stretching out his chubby magic hand. Damn it! There's a sixth child. Everyone stop it! I almost made him a wedding dress for that fat man. With the exclamation of this strong man from the lion tribe, the battle between the three forces stopped in an instant. All of them looked fiercely at Jean Xian, who looked embarrassed because he was discovered. You continue to beat yourselves? Don't worry about me. I'll pick a flower and leave. Jean Xian chuckled, and then, under the shocked eyes of many people, he picked off the sunflower and put it into his storage ring. I'm going to hit you on the head, you damn fat man. You picked our peaches while we weren't paying attention. A black-robed swordsman raised the blood-stained long knife in his hand and pointed angrily at Jean Xian. The voice was extremely angry and violent. If he hadn't been unable to detect Jean Xian's strength, he would have taken action long ago. Black-robed kid, speak properly. Call me a dead fat guy again. Jean Xian suddenly said fiercely. He hated it the most when the other party called him a dead fat guy. A fat guy is a fat guy. Why do you have to add the word dead? It's so unlucky. The black-robed man was about to say something when he was suddenly stopped by his companions. Don't act rashly. This fat guy is not simple. We can't detect his strength. What should we do? We have worked hard here for most of the day. Do we want this fat guy to reap the fruits of victory? Of course not. There are still those two tribes here. They will definitely not let the sunflower be taken away by this fat guy so easily. Let's wait and see. Sure enough, the voice of the black robe team just fell. A strong man from the Lion Clan came out and said to Jean Xian in a very loud voice, My friend, isn't it inappropriate for you to do this? This sunflower was first discovered by our three forces. You just quietly picked it while we were fighting. It's not right. Seeing that the strong man from the Lion Clan had a good tone, Jean Xian yawned and said lightly, The treasures in this secret realm are now ownerless. If you have already picked the sunflower, then I will naturally not say anything, but now I am the first person to pick this sunflower, so this sunflower naturally belongs to me. Hearing Jean Xian's very shameless words, the face of the strong man from the Lion Clan changed, as if he was trying his best to endure something. And next to him, a man covered with green hair instantly attacked Jean Xian and kept cursing. Fatty, you stole our elixir, and you said it so high-soundingly. Even if you were strong, so what? You are only one person. We are so many people. How can we be afraid of you? No matter what the price is today, you, the fat guy, must be left here. After saying that, he attacked Jean Xian, who had a dark face. After he moved, several green-haired figures behind him followed him instantly. The group of black-robed people also joined his team. They did not want the green-haired people to snatch the sunflower from Gene Xian. Only the three strong men of the lion tribe looked at each other and did not choose to attack. They felt that Gene Xian, who looked harmless, was not simple. Those two teams were brainless. That was the other party's business and had nothing to do with them. Opposite them, fatty is fat. Remember not to add the word death in your next life. A red light flashed in Gene Xian's pupils, and two golden hammers appeared in his hands again. At the same time, the powerful aura of the fifth-level Supreme burst out instantly. Feeling the vast aura coming from Gene Xian's body, the pupils of everyone present who rushed toward Gene Xian tightened. This aura was too powerful, making them feel tremendous pressure. But the current situation is that the arrow is on the string and there is no turning back. He can only bite the bullet and attack Gene Xian. Facing the group of powerful men who were attacking him, Gene Xian hit the ground heavily with his double hammers. Boom! Accompanied by a huge sound, the earth trembled, and an astonishing air wave spread from Jinshin as the center to the surrounding areas. The strong air wave and strong wind blew everyone away instantly. At the same time, Gene Xian's figure disappeared instantly, turned into a golden lightning, and suddenly appeared in front of the green-haired man at the head. There was a very ferocious growl in his mouth. A fat person is a fat person. What does it mean to be a fat person? You like the word death very much, don't you? I'll give you a ride. I'll invite you to die. Explosive hammer. Gene Xian swung the giant hammer in his hand. Terrifying energy gathered on the two hammers, and he swung the hammer heavily. The overwhelming, terrifying energy instantly attacked the green-haired man, whose eyes were split open and his face was filled with fear. The green-haired man was horrified, and an astonishing green light bloomed all over his body. A round instrument appeared in his hand, trying to resist Gene Xian's offensive with all his strength. But Gene Xian's strength was already stronger than him, and the attack was mixed with a lot of personal emotions, making it even more powerful and far beyond what the green-haired man could withstand. Bang! Two energies, one gold and one green, collided instantly, and the unknown round instrument of the green-haired man was shattered by Gene Xian's heavy hammer in an instant. Then the heavy hammer fell hard on the green-haired man's chest, and poof, a large mouthful of blood spurted out of the green-haired man's mouth. Ah! After a shrill scream, a deep hole was made in the green-haired man's chest by Gene Xian, and he flew backwards like a meteor. After rolling and crawling for a long distance, the green hair stopped rolling. Lying there motionless, there was no life left in his body. What? Just one blow? The dozens of figures present looked at this scene with horrified faces, unable to believe their eyes. Although after Gene Xian exploded with strength, they knew that he was no match for Gene Xian alone, but they did not expect that one of their own people could not even withstand a single blow from Gene Xian. At this time, the green-haired man team and the black-robed man team had already begun to think about retreating. But Gene Xian will not give them a chance to escape. The moment Gene Xian chose to take action, the outcome of these two teams was already doomed. The body flashed again, and Gene Xian turned into golden lightning, appearing next to the two teams like a god of death, constantly swinging the heavy hammer to harvest fresh lives one by one. Screams continued to echo throughout the world. As the last man in black robe fell in front of Gene Xian slowly put away the two blood-stained golden hammers. Except for Gene Xian, there is no one else standing in this world. There were originally 3 strong men from the Lion clan, but when Gene Xian smashed the green-haired man to death with a hammer, they ran away instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, he moved quickly, as if he was afraid that Gene Xian would catch up. They knew very well that since Gene Xian had the ability to kill the green-haired people with one hammer, he had the strength to kill them, if they didn't leave while Gene Xian was fighting. Then when Gene Xian is free, he might have to deal with them. Looking at the corpses all over the ground that he had caused, Gene Xian breathed a sigh of relief. They are finally dead. Now I feel much more comfortable. Hey, it's true. I just picked a flower and rescued him. Why do I have to do this? What I don't like the most is killing people. You have to force me to do things I don't like. Jean Ekin muttered while collecting the belongings from the corpses with gleaming eyes, not sparing any valuable items. After Jean Xin collected everything, he casually set off a fire and burned the pile of corpses. Set fire to the mountains and sit in jail. Please don't imitate this. Then he sat on a stone and took stock of the harvest while resting. Just when Jean Xin was filled with joy and humming an unknown tune, whoosh! A cold energy in the void instantly attacked him. Jean Xin noticed something, frowned, and disappeared in a flash. After he left, the stone he just made exploded instantly. Rubble's flying everywhere. Who? That bastard dared to sneak up on me? Jean Xin roared angrily. This man in the dark was so ruthless that he even sneaked up on him while he was counting the loot. He really showed no moral ethics. Tisk TSK, TSK. Little fat man, hand over the sunflower and the space ring you are wearing. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here so easily today. Following a sharp and threatening voice, a group of young people wearing standard white clothes and with strong auras suddenly appeared in the sky. Looking around, there were 12 people in total. Asked the Holy Land. Looking at the clothes worn by the group of people in front of him, Jean Xin frowned slightly, as if he didn't expect that they would be a group of people from the Holy Land. Feeling that the aura of the leader of the Holy Land of the Wandering God was already at the 7th level of the Supreme, Jean Xion's face was a little gloomy. Although he was not afraid of the people in front of him, the other side had more people. If they really fought, he was afraid that he would suffer. Oh, I didn't expect that you recognize my origin. Since you know that I am from the Holy Land of the Wandering God, why don't you quickly offer your treasures? Seeing that Jean Xian recognized their identities at a glance, the leader of the Holy Land of the Wandering God team raised his head and said very proudly. Jean Xian's mouth twitched. This time he thought he was the yellow bird, but he didn't expect that in the end the yellow bird was someone else. Facing the arrogant words of the people of the Holy Land of the Wandering God, Jean Xian did not respond to them. He stretched out his hand and 2 heavy hammers appeared in his hands, and golden flames rose around him. Although he didn't speak, this action has already shown Jean Xian's attitude. Seeing Jean Xian's posture, Feng Qi's face was very ugly. As a prodigy of the Holy Land of the Wandering God, although he was not the strongest, he was also among the top. On weekdays, he didn't take anyone other than the prodigies from the other 2 holy places seriously. He had never seen the little fat man in front of him before, and his strength was only at the level of the 5th level of the Supreme, which was obviously not at the same level as him. Faced with such a huge gap, he actually chose to resist. Feng Qi's face suddenly looked very bad, and he felt that his dignity was seriously challenged. He stretched out his hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Don't do it. This time I will personally teach this ignorant little fat man a lesson. Little fat man, since you were so ignorant, don't blame me for being cruel. Thunder spear. He first explained to the people behind him, and the spear in Feng Qi's hand was surrounded by thunder, with a magnificent momentum. Watch out! As Feng Qi's voice fell, the long spear surrounded by the violent thunder force attacked Jean Xian like a sharp arrow. Facing Feng Qi's attack, Jean Xian's face did not change at all. He swung the double hammers in his hands and smashed the long spear. If the opponent attacked together, he might still be a little afraid, but if there was only Feng Qi in front of him, he would not be afraid at all. He didn't even need to use all his strength. Bang! Boom! The amazing energy burst out at the collision point of the 2 weapons. The 2 separated their bodies, and Feng Qi's eyes showed surprise, as if he felt that Jean Xian's strength was abnormal. However, neither of them spoke and rushed towards each other again. They attacked and defended each other, and the heavy hammers either hit the long spear or defended against the sharp and fierce attack of the long spear. The fighting spirit was high, and the moves were exquisite. The battle was very fierce. The more Feng Qi fought with Jean Xian, the more shocked he was by Jean Xian's strength. Jin Xian's strength has far exceeded the strength of the 5th level of the Supreme. And Feng Qi can clearly feel that Jin Xian has not yet used his full strength. After these rounds of fighting, he has already exerted 90% of his strength. But he still cannot cause any substantial damage to Jin Xian, and he vaguely realized that he has fallen into a disadvantage. After realizing that something was wrong, Feng Qi clashed with Jin Xian once, stepped back, and did not attack again, but shouted to the other people in the Holy Land of the Way. This little fat guy is not right. His strength is far more than that. This young master may not be his opponent. Let's work together and suppress him first. After Feng Qi's voice fell, the people in the Holy Land of the Way glanced at Feng Qi strangely, with a strange light flashing in their eyes. Feng Qi's behavior is really different from his usual style. In the Holy Land, Feng Qi was such a proud person. Now he actually said that he was not as strong as the other party, which really shocked them. They all wondered if Feng Qi had changed into a different person. Although they were shocked, a group of people flew to the side of Feng Qi and looked at Jin Xian on the opposite side cautiously. The fact that Feng Qi, who was a 7th level supreme, could say that he was not as strong as the other party was enough to show that Jin Xian was extraordinary. They naturally would not underestimate Jin Xian. Underestimating the enemy was a taboo in fighting. They asked that although the genius of the Holy Land was arrogant, he was not stupid, seeing that more than a dozen people on the opposite side had come out. Jin Xian frowned slightly, and his face looked a little ugly. He did not expect Feng Qi to say that he was not as strong as him. The scene just now made him feel very surprised. Although a little surprised, Jin Xian still sneered at the people of the Holy Land of the Tao, saying, "If you can't beat them, call for help. You, the Holy Land of the Tao, are really as disgusting as the outside world says. Fighting with you is an insult to my black gold hammer." Facing Jin Xian's ridicule, Feng Qi also sneered. "We have this condition. Why not use it? Don't we want to fight you to the death one-on-one when we know we are not your opponent? We are not fools. Just like you just relied on your own strength to rob the sunflowers of those forces, it's all for profit. As long as you can achieve your goal, you don't need to care about the process." Well said. As long as you can achieve your goal, you can do whatever it takes, regardless of the process. Jin Xian chuckled. "Then I will play with you. It depends on whether you have more people or my black gold hammer is better." Jin Xian waved the black gold hammer in his hand, pointing in the direction of Feng Qi and others, and his amazing fighting spirit rose. Melting. With a light sigh, Jin Xian continued to pour his own energy into the black gold hammers in both hands, and the terrifying energy instantly gathered on the black gold hammers. As the energy continued to flow into the black gold hammers in Jin Xian's hands, the two black gold hammers began to slowly merge in the shocked eyes of Feng Qi and others. As the black gold hammers merged, the aura emanating from Jin Xian's body became even deeper and more terrifying. Seeing this, Feng Qi roared, "Stop him quickly! Don't let him fuse the two hammers to release this terrifying attack." Thunder explosion. Wind cut. Swift winds soared down. As soon as the voice fell, Feng Qi and the geniuses of the Holy Land of Asking for the Way attacked at the same time, and they could gather groups of terrifying energy in their hands and attack Jin Xian with great momentum. Exploding shadow hammer. Jin Xian roared, and an amazing aura bloomed around him, with golden flames flashing in his eyes, gathering all the strength of his body and pouring it into the black gold hammer in his hand that had already merged into one. Boom, boom, boom. Jin Xian was extremely fast, holding a black gold hammer burning with fierce flames, and his figure turned into a series of afterimages, carrying the overwhelming force of thunder and lightning to blast at the group of people from the Holy Land of Tao who were attacking him. This attack contained all of Jin Xian's strength. Facing so many geniuses from the Holy Land of Tao, he did not choose to hold back. He wanted to win with one blow. The other people from the Holy Land of Tao did not have Feng Qi's strength. Although they were extraordinary, they were not enough to resist Jin Xian's attack. Ah! 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 Accompanied by screams, countless figures fell like dumplings. Although they did not die in one blow, they were also seriously injured and unable to resist. At the same time, after Feng Qi received a heavy blow from Jin Xian, he also vomited blood and flew backwards, his face full of horror. They didn't expect Jin Xian's strength to be so strong. With one strike, he could defeat so many of them. How is this possible? You are only at the 5th level of the Supreme. How can your fighting power be so terrifying? Feng Qi covered his chest, coughing up blood, and looked at Jin Xian, standing opposite them with horror. There are so many things you don't know. Wendao Holy Land is indeed the weakest of the 3 holy lands in the Northern Territory. So many people can't even withstand a single blow from this young master. TSK, TSK, TSK. Although Jin Xian was very weak at the moment and his spiritual energy was thin, he was still very tough. He was stalling for time. He had just experienced 2 battles, and his condition was not very good. Faced with this situation, he wanted to shock the other party first and make the other party dare not attack him again. By then, when Xuanyuan Bo arrived, his dilemma would naturally be solved. Jin Xian had many trump cards, but they could deal with semi-saints. It was not worth using them to deal with small figures like Feng Qi. Of course, he would also use it in a life-or-death crisis. After all, this thing can't be brought with you when you are born, and it can't be taken away when you die. However, he still underestimated the other party. Although Feng Qi was seriously injured, he didn't want to leave here in such a mess. He couldn't afford to lose face. Even if he had to leave something on Jin Xian. Thinking of this, a trace of sinister color flashed in Feng Qi's eyes, and in an instant he took out a sharp cone, emitting a strange green light from the space ring, and attacked like lightning. This scene happened in a flash. As a result, the somewhat weak Jin Xian didn't react immediately. When Jin Xian discovered Feng Qi's sneak attack, it was too late. The sharp cone, emitting a fishy green light, had already appeared in front of him. Just when Jin Xian's pupil shrank, and he subconsciously wanted to take out his trump card to resist. A wormhole emitting a familiar breath was constructed in front of Jin Xian. Jin Xian's face instantly became happy, and he subconsciously put away a jade slip tightly held in his hand.